nomenclature was Build Back Better.
Of everything Musk said he was trying to do. And now he's left softly complaining about it to a guy whose normal news segment is explaining to your grandparents how to download a PDF.
Disappointed to see the massive spending bill, frankly, which increases the budget deficit, not just decrease it.
What is up with his left eye? It is not perpendicular when you notice, like...
And that reminds...
And I think whoever punched him in the eye this week kind of knows it, so they punched him in his weak eye. Like, to send a message, because you can see it. He's got something going on with his left eye.
The work.
I'm not body shaming it. I'm saying it's weird. It's something weird. I don't know what... Maybe that's the ketamine? I don't know what would cause that, but his left eye doesn't focus the same way that his right eye does. Can you see it?
I think it both.
It's some kind of neurological damage. Probably from ketamine.
Can be big or it can be beautiful.
You mean Build Back Better?
I don't know if it could be both. My personal opinion.
No, sir. We will not be body shaming legislation.
No. I did body shame him for his left eye because it's fucking weird. It's weird when you look at it. It's so weird. I'm sorry. I'm not making fun of him. I'm making fun with him.
Tell you something, and I speak for all the legislation out there, that in this country, a bill can be big and beautiful.
And Build Back Better. Oh my God.
I promised myself I wasn't going to do this. And brave.
I'm brave.
Holy shit!
I'm brave.
Here's my favorite, by the way. So this actually is my favorite part of the whole interview. So Elon actually expressed some dissatisfaction with what was happening with the Trump administration. It was a turn of events that stunned the reporter on CBS Sunday Morning, who had no idea apparently that this was being recorded.
Right after our interview, CBS News posted a clip of it to promote this very report. It was that part where Musk criticizes Trump's spending bill, and his remarks became news. It went all the way up to the White House.
It went all the way up to the White House. Elon Musk, disappointed by Trump's spending bill, says it undermines what Doge is doing.
Yeah. That's what news does.
Yeah.
He said that. So am I in trouble now? I thought we were just killing time until we got another Patty Lupone apologizes update. I don't like any of this. But let this be a lesson to Elon and anybody in Trump's orbit. Whatever your passion and political belief, or whatever your ideology is, you will go from reaching for mind stars to dissolving in a puddle of your own urine and shame and starting a fight club with your kid just to be able to feel. Because Trump doesn't believe in anything, man. What, were you with him because of his commitment to rein in big tech?
They use big tech to censor you.
Big tech.
They use the deep state to spy on you.
We have to make sure that we are protecting the American people's privacy and data rights.
When I'm president, big tech will pay. iTunes will have to agree to your terms and conditions.
Oh.
When I'm president, traffic lights will have to click on boxes containing pictures of you. Capture that. So how's that libertarian paradise vision going for you now?
The Trump administration is expanding its partnership with Palantir. The company is reportedly going to build a master list of personal information on Americans that could give President Donald Trump immense surveillance power.
It's never a good sign when the phrase master list and surveillance power are coupled. Yeah. No one's ever like, I've assembled a master list of puppies you can surveil for boobs.
Yep. No.
But hey, how evil can Palantir be? Hey, you got Pal right in the name of it. Well, look, it's not like they're handing all of our data over to some crackpot CEO. Well, let's not judge a book by its cover.
The most effective way for social change is humiliate your enemy and make them poorer.
I don't think in win
What?
and lose. I think in domination. I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us.
Light fentanyl laced fucking urine? Is that what you said?
Well, let's not judge a book by its insides. Well, I've always said if there's anyone in the country who should have access to all of my personal data, it's the guy who wants drug-laced urine-spraying drones. Although if he is serious about that, he's going to need a source for drug-laced urine. I might know.
Zing.
The reality is this. The reality of Trump is he turns even his most fervent and enthusiastic foot soldiers upside down. Take Dan Bongino, ex-Secret Service agent, Fox News host, and guy who looks like he starts fights at Little League games even though he doesn't have a kid playing. He was very excited for the Trump era.
Right now, we're in charge. This is how shit gets done. Trump ain't f***ing around. We are going to hold every one of these people accountable. It is time for total personnel warfare. Fire 100 people on day one. Fire 100 more. Fire 1,000.
Fire 1,000. Fire everybody. That'll solve it.
Fire everyone. We're good at flipping the script on dipshit.
Fire them all. Let God sort them out. And when everybody is like, when there's nobody left working in the government.
Liberal commies. You know what's coming? What's coming? Does anybody know?
Oh, wow.
Well, that last part's going to make for some good B-roll for an Inside Edition story one day. Anyway, Trump made that guy deputy director of the FBI because, of course.
Why?
But look what his only 3 months on the job have done to him.
I gave up everything for this. I mean, Cash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there he gets in at like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out in my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C.
Yeah, that's called a job. You have a job. That's what they are. You go in at a specific time, 6:30, 7, around there, to a specific room, mostly 4-walled. And you're there all f***ing day. It's work. It's a job. And yeah, there probably is a dude in there that you hear all f***ing day. He turns the water on, you hear, hey, look at that, he's chewing another f***ing sandwich. I hate this job. It's annoying. Yeah, it sucks. How do you not know that? For God's sakes, you're on the right. Haven't you even read Dilbert? For f***ing sake. Work sucks. And how are you just finding about this now? How is having a job now suddenly destroying everything?
But I stare at these
Anal
4 walls
retentive
all day
nerd.
in D.C. You know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated, divorced. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other, and it's hard to be apart.
Why are you talking about this, you fucking moron? On Fox and Friends.
I mean, it's hard. I don't like to separated. I mean, divorced. I'm not divorced. I was divorced, but not separate. I'm separate together, but not, of course, alone. But I go, who knows? I mean, some people, they leave for a while. Who the f*** guys come over, they come bang and go, who the f*** knows what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Why can't she come to work? Why can't I just can I bring my wife to work? Would that be okay? We all miss our wives. What the fuck? The only one who's going to come out of there unscathed is Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, because I don't think she got any principals in there left to die.
President Trump is truly the most transparent and accessible president in American history. We have truth on our side at this White House. I think everybody, the American public, believe it's absurd for anyone to insinuate that this president is profiting off of the presidency. It's frankly ridiculous that anyone in this room would even suggest that President Trump is doing anything for his own benefit.
That's all he's doing. By the way, I think the more she lies, the bigger her cross gets. Is that possible? It's like some sort of weird Pinocchio cross.
Yeah, it is. It's like, yeah, man. I swear to God.
The president can't be bought. What's up with this lady?
The president can't be bought. I love that joke.
Rolling with the punches is clearly the only strategy for happiness when you're working for Trump. Trump's very open secret has always been he doesn't believe in or care about any policy issue at all. He wants attention, he wants his ego stroked, and he wants money. He wants wads and wads of money. Remember his 90 deals in 90 days? He made them, but only for his family. Those are the only deals he made. Meanwhile, the world he said he was going to fix is burning, like so many nuclear-capable planes in Siberia. And don't bother trying to call him on it, because before you can, he's already moved on, pulling some new crazy thing out of his ass to distract us.
President Trump is reposting false claims about former President Joe Biden, saying that Biden was executed in 2020. Since then, clones, body doubles, and robots took Biden's place as president.
What?
You're saying that the Joe Biden, who doesn't even know where he is...
I believe in body doubles, and I believe that Joe Biden probably has a body double. Is that body double running the country? No. That's paranoia.
Is actually an incredibly advanced cloned robot? How much ketamine are you on? A lot.
Approaching Stargate.
Ooh, new Kira.
So I had like
this is my favorite streamer on YouTube, absolutely.
Minute video recorded, friendos, talking about Chrono Odyssey, specifically the trailer that got released yesterday at the Summer Games Fest, as well as the fact that the beta's coming on the 20th of this month. So we have like 2 weeks till the game comes out, at least for testing, and we'll get to see whether or not it's going to be a game that could be enjoyable, despite obviously there's going to be some problems with monetization and things like that. But then I figured, why even release that video? Because it was mostly just, you know, reacting to that information when there's something more important to talk about. Because personally, I'm not a fan of when it feels like I'm being lied to and it's kind of being glossed over or glazed, and people should probably be aware of this. And this is not to say I don't think Chrono Odyssey is going to be a good game. I don't know. You know, why would I think it's going to be good or otherwise? I've never played it. This is just to say that it's very weird when a company just starts saying things that are not true and then immediately being proven otherwise, or you know, maybe not true, you could stretch, but let's go over it and you can make your own opinion. So Canon, who is a MMO content creator who's done stuff, I guess predominantly around like some of the Korean games and stuff like that, cool guy, he posted a snippet of an interview with one of the producers at Chrono Odyssey. And this was obviously spreading like wildfire, that the game is not going to be pay to win, which, you know, if you believe that this is the case, I've got a bridge to sell you, or, you know, an airport if you're an investment firm. I never even released that video. Some Nigerian guy scammed an investment at a bank and sold them an airport that he didn't own, obviously, and didn't exist, which is a fucking funny one. I'll have to release that video at some point. But basically,
we do.
When somebody tells you something's not going to be pay to win,
like, you have to be so...
it's an MMO from Korea. It's going to be pay to win. It's just what level of pay to win. And it's not necessarily that they're lying. It's that they see pay to win as this, you see pay to win as this. If they say it's this and it continues to be that just because it's more pay to win than you consider, that doesn't mean they lied. But when they say it's gonna, not have any of these specific things and then immediately like backtrack on it, that's very weird. So I'll play the clip in a second, so we can go over. But there's something worse than this that we'll go over. That's we'll just start. So Canon releases this video. He talks to the guy. Credit to Canon. He asks this question repeatedly, so that the guy can't squirrel away with a non-answer that people typically give. But he basically presents it. Every Korean company has terrible reputation when it comes to monetization in the West.
Terrible reputation when it comes to monetization in the West due to the fact that every single Korean MMO has some form of pay to win. I personally went to NCSoft last year and pulled the lead at Throne that the overwhelming majority of Westerners saw the game as pay to win trash, and if they would consider changing it for the global audience. His answer was that they felt like the pay to win elements in Throne were fair. Give it to us directly. We're all adults here. Is Chrono Odyssey going to be pay to win?
걱정하지 않으셔도 됩니다. 저희 크로노 오디세이는
So there's no need to be concerned. There's absolutely no pay to win in Chrono Odyssey.
공정한
In
환경을
order to
유지하기
make this
위해서
strong commitment
가장
to
중요한
fairness, this
작도를
is
하고
one of our highest
현재는
priorities.
코스튬에
Our current business
관련된
model is
외형만
focused on
변경하는
costumes and cosmetic
상품으로서
focused
저희
items.
빅맵은 설계되어 있고요. 유저가 신뢰할 수 있는 구조를
Building
만드는
a
것이
structure that players can
저희들의
trust
가장
is
중요한
our core
우선순위입니다.
priority.
What exactly is the monetization going to be?
So
I believe
he
everyone
then
deserves a say.
reiterates the question, asking specifics, what's going to be in the game, give us specifics. And the guy says, he mentions, Canon continues, he mentions selling cosmetics, is there anything more to that? And the guy basically says the model is going to be changes to appearance of equipment, as well as mount cosmetics, emotes and things like that, as well as a battle pass system. And then he triple asks the questions, is there going to be loopholes? We've seen people have loopholes in these games. And the guy, again, reiterates that there is no pay to win. Aside from socially oriented content like costumes, emotes, or cosmetic goods, we are not planning on selling items that will disrupt the balance of the game. So, ask the question once, given the opportunity, said no. Ask the question twice, given the opportunity, said no. Ask the question 3 times, given the opportunity, said no. And then this pops up. A few hours later, MMORPG.com released an article with an interview from Chrono Studios. In this article, they ask again questions about the pay to win. The answer they give here is different from the Canon interview. They state, quote, instead, our game's in-game monetization will focus on cosmetic items and quality of life enhancements, ensuring the gameplay balance remains intact for all players. So then, a new Korean article just released, also confirming convenience-enhancing items. The problem is, obviously, people in the MMO community and the people on the MMO subreddit just don't seem to understand the issue here, because as this reply illustrates, it's just replying to something that isn't even really being discussed. He says this post is everything that's wrong with the MMO community currently. There's a difference between pay to win, quality of life enhancements. As a community, we should be fine with a free-to-play game that you can subscribe to for added benefits like QOL improvements. Take ESO, for example. Yeah, a fantastic example of when they design the game to be drastically worse so that they can sell you the solution repeatedly.
Yep.
But you can say BDO is an example of this. Just spend $500
games I don't
on this game, and then you'll have an experience in the game that isn't
76
shit.
is so much better than ESO because it doesn't lie to you. It has content and it's good. And it has base building and all that stuff.
What I'm going to argue is this is not the issue that's being discussed. The issue that's being discussed is somebody saying on camera in front of hundreds of thousands of people when asked directly, not once, not twice, not 3, but 4 separate times, is there going to be pay to win in this game? And he says, cosmetics only, cosmetics only, cosmetics only, battle pass maybe. And then in 2 other publications where another person in your company or even you was interviewed, you say quality of life enhancements. I don't care if you have these in the game. I'd prefer you didn't, but obviously my preference is fucking irrelevant. I don't care whether you do. This is what I expect from the industry. This is what I expect from MMOs. So you're not disappointing me in any way. This is not a shocker. I'm not like, oh my god, you're gonna have pay to convenience in there. Like, yeah, obviously, this is what the industry is. The issue is that you've said one thing and then you're saying a different thing to other publications. That's fucking weird. Like, the problem's always going to be, if you say no pay to win is like a fucking broad sentence, like a broad statement, nobody can argue whether you lied or not when something is considered pay to win, because pay to win is subjective. Just realistically, like, if you look at the objective sentence of what is pay to win, it's spending money for anything that will give you an advantage. But subjectively, that might be for somebody like, you know, someone might say bonds in old school RuneScape are not pay to win. I'm going to say they are. You can buy gold and buy all the gear in the game, and then you have an advantage over people that didn't do that, because they have to grind for fucking thousands of hours to do it instead. Like, you can argue, oh, it's not an advantage to have pets in BDO that auto loot for you, because you can't use those in PvP. They don't, you know, help you kill somebody. But obviously they make you get stronger faster, which means that you can kill somebody, which would be winning, right? In this very easy to understand example. You can argue that it's only pay to win if the very strictest thing is you sell something in the cash shop that you can't otherwise obtain in the game that makes you more powerful. Almost no game has that. But these games are considered pay to win when they have things that, again, you spend money on to get a benefit or bonus that someone who doesn't spend money otherwise wouldn't have. This is very easy to understand. Again, I don't care, but when you say our game will only have X, Y, and Z, and you specifically list the things, and then in other publications you say other things, weird. Now, you could obviously make the argument that these other publications misquoted them, or they got it wrong, or whatever. But the issue is that you then go on to say something else in the video that makes me just not believe anything you say. And it's this. Cannon asks, and I don't know why he does this, but he interjects his opinion here as well to say, like, you know,
Chrono Studios is a brand new player in the space, and it is its own entity, not run or owned by any other company, which, by the way, is a big misconception.
So Cannon says this is a big misconception, and let's just clear up right now. It's not a misconception, it just was objectively true, and still is in most people's minds that aren't looking at this as like a business entity, a legal entity. This company, all the people who work at this company are people who worked at fucking NPixel, other than new hires. All the people that work at this, the money that went into making this company is NPixel money, as far as I can tell, right? All their original trailers from 2 years ago is NPixel. There was no Chrono Studio until 2024. Now, this might not matter to people, and realistically, if the game's good, it doesn't matter. But it's the pissing on my face and telling me it's rain, right? That's the issue. Because the guy turns around and says, you know, we're our own studio, we want to make this clear, we're not a subsidiary, we're a completely different company. He says it 3 different times, he reiterates 3 different times. We're a newly established company called Chrono Studio, a separate legal and completely independent legal entity, right? We have no connection whatsoever to NPixel. Bro, the main guy that's making your game is the NPixel CEO and co-founder. It's literally in his fucking LinkedIn bio. Co-founder CEO, full-time, 7 years, 10 months. September 2017. Currently, NPixel is developing a AAA game called Chrono Odyssey for Steam and console platforms, and they're also involved in multiple high-quality projects. This is the main guy that's making fucking Chrono Odyssey. So, what do you mean you've got no connection whatsoever with them? You are them, right? Like, I'm not fucking taking crazy pills, am I? You can obviously always make an argument that, like, oh, you know, legally we're not a subsidiary. Fine. Like, nobody cares. Nobody sat there, like, fucking tracing the family lineage. Like, ooh, yeah, legally you're not affiliated with them, so that changes anything. People aren't thinking like a lawyer. They're thinking like a normal person, which is, you probably got the money for the game from NPixel. A lot of you, the higher-ups, worked at NPixel or still do, and then you just spun this studio up, and you're like, oh yeah, we've got nothing to do with NPixel. What? The fuck are you saying? Here you can see this is the guy's Twitter, just in case he never updated his LinkedIn. NPixel Chrono Studio CEO. So he's the CEO of both NPixel and Chrono Studio. But by the way, no connection whatsoever. Right? Like, again, read the quote. We have no connection whatsoever to NPixel. Brother, you're lying to me. What the fuck is this? So you could say that, you know, maybe this interview is the correct one and the Korean article and the MMORPG article is mispublished or something like that. But you then also, in the same video, say something that it's just objectively untrue, isn't it? Like, you have a connection. Now, obviously, you might ask, why would they lie about this? You know, or why would they try to make such a big deal about having nothing to do with NPixel? And it's because obviously NPixel has a reputation of making one game, which failed, as far as I can tell, called Grand Saga, a mobile gacha game, trying to cash in on, you know, the fucking gambling addiction of family waifus on a fucking mobile game. But also because if you go to like any of their investment portfolio websites, you know, things like Crunchbase, it says it's a computer game development company that aims to build a game ecosystem based on DAO, such as blockchain-based projects and NFTs. What is DAO? Decentralized Autonomous Organization. Basically crypto bro shit. So that's two reasons why they not want to be affiliated with them. Which is dishonest, right? You can just say, oh yeah, we were going to do that, but then we decided not to, and we're just making this game and whatever else, and be fine with it. Like, who gives a fuck? You were going to do something and you didn't, or you failed at it, but now you're making another game. If it's good, who cares? It's just the you know, the fact that you're telling people one thing and different things happening. It's just weird. It's unnecessary. I mean, you could literally even look up the company registration here, and it's the same fucking dude. Representative name for the company. Like, I don't know, bro. It's a shame, really, that this has to be a thing, because I don't think this matters other than, you know, the silliness of just lying when it's so easy to know. Or you can say maybe they're not lying, they're just doing some... Oh, legally, we're not making the wording of, you know, maybe it's a mistranslation, no, we have nothing to do with them whatsoever, no connection whatsoever, when you literally are them and have been the whole time. It's just crazy to me. And there's obviously a bunch of misinformation around this game. Specifically, you'll see no end of comments from people saying, oh, Cacao, we've got nothing to do with I'll just splice in the video I recorded earlier of me going through the Reddit comments, and you can get the info from that, I guess. So see you in the past and see you on the next video. You see, you've got to love the MMO subreddit. Combat's so trash that they're afraid to show it without 3-second jump cuts. I remain skeptical. No, you just remain fucking perpetually on the MMORPG subreddit. You are the embodiment of this subreddit, and it's why it's just a fucking shit place. Yep. Because maybe the combat sucks. Maybe that's why they're Jason Bourne in. You'll get that reference if you've ever seen the Jason Bourne films. Maybe that's why they're Bourne in the trailer. Or maybe it's because every trailer ever does this for video games. They just do. It's supposed to be like cool to watch. I don't know. If they said this is gameplay and then did it, I'd be like, yeah, whatever. But at the same time, the game's coming out for you to play with your own hands, or for you probably your fucking feet, in like 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks, and you don't have to buy anything. So what would be the point of them hiding it at this point? Oh, they're gonna get you to download the game for free and try it. Like, come on, bro. Use your bonds. It just doesn't really matter, does it? At the end of the day, why aren't they properly showing combat is the question. It looks awfully static, and you can clearly see in what footage they completely
because they're fucking scam artists.
Aye, bro. I'm fucking bullying the disabled. So this is the pertinent, I guess, information if you're talking about monetization in Chrono Odyssey, which, you know, it is a conversation to be had every MMO. You need to have this conversation. It gets a little bit old because realistically, we know what to expect. It's a Korean MMO. If you're going into this thinking it's going to be like you can only buy skins. Show me the MMO where that's the case, and I'll say that's probably mostly an exception. Even for Western games, they sell gold, not specifically generated, but they sell the ability for you to buy gold from other players. WoW does this, Old School RuneScape does this, which is one of, I guess, the two most pure games in this example, and they're subscription-based games anyway. Go look at Elder Scrolls Online cash shop, Guild Wars 2 cash shop. Like, this is just the reality of the genre. If you don't like it, tough titty, I guess. I don't like it. I prefer it not to be the case, but you know, I'm not going to let it stop me enjoying something if there's enjoyment to be had. So yeah, we'll talk about the pay to win more when we see the shop. But what they're saying here is exactly what everyone should have expected. And if you're surprised by this, you simply don't know the genre very well.
You've not been paying attention.
So MMORPG asks specifically, if possible, could you speak to some of the monetization in the game? Will it be purely appears that skins players can purchase, or will it extend to an expected battle pass and the option to purchase materials for weapon upgrades? So Chrono Studio says, first and foremost, we want to assure players that they don't need to worry about pay-to-win elements. Yeah, alright then, mate. The burglar coming in my house assures me you don't need to worry about me burgling your shit. Meanwhile, he's got a backpack full of my stuff, right? This is just executive for company who stands to make the most money says, don't worry, we won't try to make the most money. Yeah, alright, brother. Yeah. Maintaining a fair competitive environment has always been a core principle of our development philosophy, and we have no plans to introduce any business models that affect combat performance. So basically, if you had like a line of progression for pay to win, the line of no pay to win is just a game you play and you can't buy fucking anything, and then like skins that make you like hit an FPS give you like a slight advantage, and then like subscriptions and box prices and whatever else somewhere in between those two things, or maybe a little bit further, whatever, subjective opinion. And then you had like pay to progress, where you can like speed up your progress, you can buy gold, you can buy materials, you can, you know, all that shit. And then you can buy Buster Sword of ass fuck 97 that you cannot obtain in the game any other way than spending $1,000 US. Is like the penultimate pay to win. Like, when they say you can't buy stuff that affects combat performance, that's what they mean. Everything before that on the fucking spectrum, to them is fair game. Like, BDO pets, BDO weight, BDO inventory, BDO maids, BDO fucking stable slots, BDO costumes for cooking and alchemy and every other activity in the game. These things inevitably, invariably, give you a massive advantage in progression within the game, but they don't directly, in the exact moment you're doing combat, give you combat performance. So they don't consider that pay to win. They consider that convenience, pay to fucking progress. Like, they do not consider this pay to win. So when somebody says this sentence, what it means is everything before Buster Sword of Ass Fuck 97.
Yeah, sort of ass fuck 97 is actually kind of funny. You can buy $500 USD of EVE Online Plex right now, or WoW coins. Doesn't matter what game it is. That won't get you to in EVE. It would be incursions, which is like flying battleships with I mean, you will. I mean, I guess maybe if you dump, I guess you could dump $500 and get there, but you're not gonna know how to fly the battleship in the fucking raid to kill incursions. You're just gonna be able to enter the raid, and the same is true of WoW. You can buy all that gear and all that shit and all those mounts and all those potions and everything, but when you get into the raid that's current, if you don't know how to play the game, you're gonna get your fucking ass raffle stomped, and you're probably gonna cause the raid to wipe too. And so, especially if you're healer or tank at all, if you don't know the fight, so yeah, you can come in there as a bad DPS, and we've got words for those, like Huntard and stuff like this. We've got words for people like that, bad DPS, but it happens more than we care to admit. But if there's going to be somebody doing it, I think DPS is a little bit more acceptable. But it's still unacceptable though, because you like if you don't know the mechanics, like Elon Musk in Diablo 4, it was right there and very clear to see when he like ignored the Chaos Orb or whatever and didn't even know that he picked it up, right? That's when you know. That's how you know that like no matter how much money these swipers fucking dump, they'll never have the discipline to actually understand the game and what's like important about the game. Their real lives are often too busy to actually play the game, which is okay, which is why they compensate by dumping money, and I actually think that's okay. But the problem is they don't allow us to sell the currency to these guys. It's all RMT people who live overseas and are breaking the TOS and are using bots and stuff like this, and I would prefer to sell currency that I actually farmed or like traded for, you know. And it's more honest and it's less work to monitor the bots, and it doesn't turn the game into this thing that you don't like to play anymore and all this stuff. There's reasons why I would like to sell my own currency, even if it's not for much money. I still would have had times in my life where that would have made a big fucking difference between how shitty my life was and how shitty, or how good it could have been. If I was able to sell currency, it would have been better. There's times when I've looked at a 30 million gold bank account and understood that that's something like $1,000 USD, and people do want it. You know, people do want that gold. They covet it. They want that gold. It's a property that is in desired. You know, that is desired. Excuse me. That is in vogue, and people do want it, and it is desired. That's the way that the real life money is desired. It's like some people really like WoW gold. You know, it's like they might like it like me more than real life money, and so eventually. You know, like, so they want to buy the gold. I want to sell it to them. We can't. And so these swipers, they swipe anyways. Like all that convenience. It's nice, but it won't carry your hand through current content. Like, for instance, you can buy 50,000 New World gold, which is more money than I've ever had as a New World player. That's not saying much, but I mean, like, you know, it is a lot of gold, you know. You could buy 100,000 New World gold. What's that going to get you? You can't go buy 725 eye level loot. You still have to go learn how to go to the free-for-all zone, crack a chest with a key, buy a key, which means killing mobs. If you don't know how to kill the mobs, you might not be able to do that, but you probably can, because you have, you know, you probably like bought gold and you can buy gear off the auction house. And so you learn the game, but it still doesn't teach you that you have to go fucking open chests in stuff in free-for-all to get the stupid ass doubloons and your gold cursed coconut and all this stupid ass shit. And by the time that you do that, the game is not going to be fun for you, and you'll have dumped your entire $500 to $1,000 USD or whatever the fuck it is, and it will not carry you. The WoW is the exact same way. Like, now you can take gold that you boosted. If you've been playing for 20 years, you can buy gold and go buy a boost and end up with the end game content done in less than an hour. And that's okay if you know how to go to the dungeon, and you know where the dungeon is, and you know like how to buy the gold and what to do and all this other stuff. But if you don't know, if you're like brand new to the game, like, swiping doesn't really help you, and it doesn't really help you when you're like a veteran player either, because it just teaches you these bad habits where you're like, oh, I'll just swipe it. But then, like, can you truly swipe like $1,000 USD every time you want or even like $100 every time you want currency? Does any, like, rich people have that kind of money, and they do spend that money, and that's their business. But I mean, like, it's much easier to just learn how to manipulate the market and make a lot of money than it is to swipe. It's always true, and that's one of the reasons why I don't care about like pay to win. You can't pay to win Rust. The whiteout kit in Rust is not pay to win. It's like, so then, but remember, you've got to get through green, You've got to build a base. You've got to fight all these shitheads who sit outside your fucking door and door camp you with double barrels and shit like this and nail guns and stuff and taunt you with the N-word and all this for hours and hours and hours. And then you figure out like how to get to snow. And like if you're brand new to the game, it doesn't matter if you buy 10,000 scrap. It doesn't matter. You're going to have to take that scrap out of the base. And if you do, you'll fucking lose it. The same thing is true of EVE Online. You can blow $1,000 USD on Plex. And you can try and take that, like you can take the the ISK does sit in your bank account and they can't reach it. But I mean, if you take anything that you buy with the ISK and you don't know how to play the game out of the station, you're going to lose that item. And this happens all the fucking time. These swipers come to EVE Online. And it happened the other day. I've been looking at the Barbaroga, right? And the Barbaroga is the new the new Marauder in EVE Online. Most of these swipers have no idea what a Marauder even is, or how to fucking skill for one, or how long it takes to skill for one, which is like 7 weeks or something like that. So then, okay, they want to come into EVE Online, they want to dump $1,000 as a swiper. Okay, go ahead and like give that money to the fucking devs, please do. They're going to improve the game with it. I'm actually okay with it, please do. That does not make it so you can go fly that Barbaroga. And guess what? When they do, we had a kill mail linked in the fucking rookie chat, which is how I found out about this. The other day I was sitting in the rookie chat, somebody talked shit about my corp, and I was like, what the fuck? And I went to go fight them, right? But no, they were right. They linked somebody, from some idiot from motherfucking Absolute Order, had dumped like $1,000 USD into a motherfucking Barbaroga at 16 billion ISK, and now 16 billion is 7 $25 payments or whatever it is. It's not $1,000, it's 250. But I mean, it might as well be $1,000 because the guy left the station with it, and he was immediately fucking popped by 25 fucking people on the kill mail. It wasn't even just one pirate fucking corp. It was like 3 got in on it because they're all vying to pick up that corpse, so they don't care who kills the ship. They want to loot the corpse. They don't care who does it. They don't care about the loss of killing the ship. They don't care about Concord popping them and motherfucking Uemasin or some shit like that, or even Jita. They'll do it in Jita. They'll pop your Barbaroga in Jita, and they'll use some suicide gankerall to loot the fucking corpse, and then they'll use some other suicide gankerall to loot that corpse, and then they'll fucking use some other like suicide ganker corpse to jump to some fucking like save point or whatever, and they'll hold on to that Barbaroga loot. They will. They like, trust me, they know all the tricks to do that stuff. They do. So you can swipe all you want to buy whiteout kits and Rust like Tay used to do. You can swipe all you fucking want to buy currency all day fucking long, buy gear. It doesn't fucking matter unless you have the game sense and the knowledge and the fucking like the actual experience in the game. That is literally like taking your fucking wallet, swiping to buy an expensive car, and then crashing it into the fucking wall because you don't know how to drive. And that is literally the proper, that's the proper thing to look at. That's the proper way to look at it. And so go ahead and swipe. That's how BDO is too. If you want to come in and you want to PvP with swiper money and contend with all the other whales that spend real life money to contend with those fucking swipers, and the swipers fucking suck. I watched something on stream like in my first year about some BDO asshole was talking to Pirate Software or somebody, I don't remember who, about how he dumped $160,000 on BDO in like 4 years or something like that, and he began to understand that it didn't matter how much money he dumped into it. There was all these other whales who also dump like tens of thousands of dollars on scratchers so they can get loot for their fucking items, and they stomp him in because they actually know how to play the game. He just swipes all day, and so then he like tried to sue BDO over this or something, and he realizes that he's not from their country. They don't give a shit what he thinks. Their lawyers are more powerful than him. They make more money than him. They're gonna kick his ass in court. They don't ever lose lawsuits to that because they warn you when you play the game that you have to play in moderation, and if you swipe, it's on you if you over swipe. That's not their fault. They put it in their small print that it's not their fault if you ultra swipe and you fucking fuck your life over. That's not their fault. Now Fortnite lost some cases over this because it was kids, but no, adults, with adults it's buyer beware. With adults it's like a sucker and his money are soon parted, right? They don't give a shit about you losing money on something stupid. They don't really care. They care if somebody steals from you and scams you, but they don't care if you go blow your money on fucking bath water You know, they don't care if you blow money on bathwater. They really will not protect you. They don't care. They're not going to sue motherfucking Belle Delphine because she sold bathwater. They're not going to stop her. They might freeze her PayPal accounts, maybe, which is what they did do. They did freeze her PayPal accounts over that because they were unsure if it was an unfair sex, you know, unfair sex practice or not to sell, like, use bathwater to customers. So they froze her bank account for like a year. And when she mentioned it on some fucking podcast, that like PayPal had to back down on that and unfreeze the funds because it was a lot of money. It was like $400,000 or something like that. It was insane. And so, like, they can fuck with you and they can freeze your money, but they can't actually stop you from ultra swiping. And they tell you this, they warn you. You can't ever make them the enemy and say that it's their fault either. Yeah, I'd rather just pay them and end it and then kill them or whatever. I don't know. Like, get the credit for the fucking thing. And now I want to kill her. I just want the credit. I want the XP for the quest, and then I want to kill her. Oh no, they're gonna fight for me. Never mind. If they're gonna fight for me, then it was worth the 4,000 credits. I love this game. I love dumping that fucking chain gun into these things. It feels good. No gun has ever felt that good to me. Look how many rounds dump. It's like 160. In like 5 seconds or something. It's like pretty good. It's slow. It's still slow compared to real life, but it's fucking good. Better than they usually do. Oh, all that stuff mine? Yeah, all that stuff's mine. Nice. Is that everything? No, I gotta go kill other blue dots or whatever. Modify, refine, Razorback. Return to the lodge. I have a new power now, I think. But if I loot this place, will they get angry? No. Look at all this ammo lying here. I love this game. So you can swipe all you want in EVE. It's not going to make you a good player that is able to contend with the whales. You can swipe all you want in Diablo Immortal, and because Diablo Immortal is like the least skill-based game ever made. I mean, it is a hard game if you believe in it being hard and you want it to be hard. But if you just swipe all the fucking time, it's not a fucking hard game. It's really not. It's like the easiest game. And Diablo 4 is like that too. They're like the easiest game. If you swipe and boost, Diablo is so fucking easy. I know because I did it for Diablo 3 on the RMT. I bought all this gear on RMT and I didn't spend real life money on it. I just sold currency and shit and sold pieces that we got. And like one of the pieces we got was $3,000 worth of fucking like BNet currency. And I should have cashed that out, but I didn't. I just bought more Diablo 3 gear with it, which is so fucking stupid. But I mean, originally, I didn't spend any money to make the $3 grand in the first fucking place. We just found this crazy ass fucking bow that my friend Kyle, he was like, this is like the best bow in Diablo 3 and it fell for you. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, and I looked at it, I was like, yeah, that is actually like a really fucking good bow in so many different ways. And he was like, yeah, I think it's actually worth thousands of dollars, dude. And he was like, let's sell it on the RMAH. And I did. We sold it for I think it was like $3,300. And then we just split that and bought currency with it. We bought gold and other items with it. We didn't fucking keep the money. We should have kept the fucking money. But I mean, it was like a joint item because it fell for both of us. We were like in a party when it fell, and there was no way I was going to jack him for half that loot. You know, he was a really good friend. There was no way. I was looking forward to him getting half of it because it just means that we both win. That's how you should look at friendships winning. There are people, you know, like you should look at your friends winning as a good thing because it just means that you're gonna win more too. It's just kind of crazy. So I was like all gung ho to split that fucking item, and so I took like $1,550 on that, and I just bought other fucking hunter gear with it or demon hunter gear, you know, which made me one of the best demon hunters in the world. Now, did I rank? No, because I don't give a flying fuck about Diablo 3. And I was maining WoW while I did Diablo 3. But, I mean, I did have a $3,000 item sale, you know? On the RMAH. That fucking bow was so crazy. Is it needle shot or something? I forget the fucking name of it, but it's fucking nuts. Now, who's shooting at what? These guys, like, finally killed these other mobs, I guess. So, or no, we're done with this place, huh? But I'm looting. Yeah. Ooh, look at all the credits and everything. Let me go first person for this.
He's on the table.
So yeah, like game sense is, I learned from Fortnite that you can't pay for game sense. You have to do the 1,000 games, and I ended up winning. Oh, well, I did like 5,000 games, and I only won like 600 or 700 of them or something. I lost like the other 4,300 or whatever it is. It's fucking dumb. But I mean, it took that many games before I understood that you can't pay for game sense. You can swipe all you fucking want. You can don the best armor in the motherfucking game. It doesn't matter. That's still not going to get you through the raid. It's not going to get you through Rust. It's not going to get you... Like, you could buy all the scrap in fucking Rust. It wouldn't matter. It's not going to get you through it. When you leave the fucking outpost with that fucking scrap, or you try to take it to a fucking base, something about reality, there's, like, like, the guy that sold you the scrap is going to rob you. You understand? He's just going to rob the scrap back from you. Because when somebody knows that you have that much money in one place and one time, they just come and take it. It's just how mankind works. So, like, you know, it's not even like they're dirty thieves, really. They just see so much money in one place that they know it's stupid not to take it. Because they might not ever see that much money in one place at one time ever again. So they just take it, you know. And so this is why you don't swipe. You don't fucking swipe for skins on Fortnite. You don't swipe for EVE Online more than like $100 or something to get your initial fucking starter capital, so you don't have to spend 30 days grinding, mining all day long every day. But if you don't do that, you won't go far in EVE. If you don't sit there and mine for 30 days to buy a Plex, you won't go far in EVE. You will not have the discipline to play the game. You will not make it in the game. You will absolutely fail. And this is one of the things why we laugh about swiping. We don't care. We call people swipers, and we treat them disrespectfully, and we don't respect it. It's a real problem in EVE. Like assholes like this dude in my corp that just threw away like $250 USD on a fucking Barbaroga the day it launches or whatever. That's so fucking dumb. Like, a fool and his money is soon parted. I have no sympathy for him, and it didn't affect me as a player that he swiped, and it didn't stop. And it doesn't hurt me that they robbed him, and it doesn't affect me in any way or fucking form. So go ahead and fucking swipe. That's all that's all I have to say. I don't give a flying fuck. If you want to nerf yourself financially in the real world by swiping in a game that's so fucking easy to play that you don't need to swipe. There's no games out there that are that hard that you need to swipe. Not even EVE Online is that fucking hard. If you just buy a venture and you go out to a fucking mining belt in EVE Online and you sit there for 4 days, you're gonna make like 100 million ISK, and then you can play the game. You can play the game. You do not need to fucking swipe. You can buy 20 more ventures and take them out to dangerous places like Low Second, Null Second, and Poshfon, and buy like spend your money on filaments and come back with 50 million, and you realize that yeah, like, no matter what, whether you grinded for a month and made the first 100 million or not, the real thing was learning the game. Once you learn the game, you can make money and thrive. If you don't learn the fucking game and you swipe your way through it like BDO, you're gonna have a bad time. And on top of it, the whales who swipe, who actually bothered to learn the game, are gonna like constantly raffle stomp you or outplay you or outladder you or whatever it is, because the people that swipe on the real are the people who do have the game sense. They're the people who really swipe. They're the people dumping like $100 a month on EVE Online or $100 a month on BDO, and they spend like $1,200 a year on it, the way that I spent $1,200 a year on Hash and stuff like that. And they're unashamed of it, and I don't mind when they do it, because the games are better, aren't they? Like, I still believe EVE Online to be like the best game ever made because it has the most depth. So when they swipe on this fucking game and they die to somebody who robs them the day they swipe, that's okay. That's like the devs won, the players won. Like, you know, that's okay. It's okay in full loot drop to swipe. It's okay to get, because honestly, I'll probably rob you, and that'll make me richer. And who cares if you swipe and it didn't get game sense first? I don't care about that. A fool and his money are soon parted. So we like, now, pay to win. Like, for instance, if you can buy like a kill to the last boss in the current raid in WoW, they call that boosting, right? If you can buy that from a fellow fucking player, that's evil. That is pay to win. That's the real sense of pay to win, is boosting. When you take services from another player that skips the corners for you, cuts the corners for you, you are actually really engaging in something really evil, because it's like, at that point, you didn't learn the game. You made a botter rich. You didn't like learn the game. You didn't do justice to the dev or anything like that. That's the bad form of pay to win. Boosting. But I mean, like buying a whiteout kit when you live in snow, I don't give a flying fuck about that. Yes, it is pay to win, but no, I don't give a fuck about it because it supports the artists, it supports the skin artists, it supports the game, it supports the devs. I don't give a fuck about that. You'd be surprised how really gung-ho I am to swipe, and I do it sometimes too. I do swipe for Plex when I take a bad loss sometimes, you know, because I know that I don't want to go farm for fucking 300 hours when I can just go spend, you know, a good deal of like $17 to $34, and then I'm just done. I don't have to worry about farming for another 6 months or something like that. Now, I don't do that a lot. I swear to God, I really don't. I haven't swiped now, and I can show you my account history proving it. I haven't swiped now since last summer or something like that. I don't do it a lot. And I've only ever bought Plex, I think, like 5 times or something like that. But that's a good way to do it. That supports the developers. It skips corners for you that you shouldn't have to do anyways. You shouldn't have to grind for 300 hours just to enjoy the game. And I actually think some swiping is actually good, you know? It's actually good.
Well,
but swipers who play the game for like 1,000 hours and then use their real life money to boost so they can get the last raid that they aren't skilled enough to actually, you know, to actually surpass when it's too early to actually have the eye level to like surpass it without having skill and stuff. Skipping that skill shortcut doesn't teach anybody anything, and honestly, it usually supports botters. It makes botters rich usually. That's what it does.
That's exactly what you should
expect. So yeah, I'm absolutely against booster pay to win. Now, buying currency from the MMO developer, that's their property. And one of the things I learned about like selling currency is that no, I don't begrudge them selling currency the way they begrudge me doing it, because we learned the hard way that is their property. They made it. They made that WoW gold. They made it. They drew the picture of the WoW coin that's on the mouse over tooltip. I mean, that is their property, and they can do whatever. Like you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with your brainchild. You can do whatever you want. If you want to sell that currency, you can. There's nothing stopping them from selling currency. It's whether or not they let us do it that stops us. So I'm actually all for them selling it, because it just makes my game that I play too much better. So, you know, pay to win is an interesting thing. I think most gamers are too fucking bad or too fucking stupid or too inexperienced, one of the three, to know what pay to win even is. I don't think they know what it is. I don't think most of them have bought boosts. You know, I don't think most of them buy boosts. I bought boosts. I've won GDQPs with money that I spent real life money on and stuff, you know, and I understand what it is, and I know how evil some of that stuff is. And like, so boosting, I'm really against. I'm even against kind of MMO colleges, kind of, because one of the things that make MMOs truly good, and like MMO mentors and stuff like this, like all my life my mother was like, you should be an MMO teacher, you're such a good teacher, you would be a really good person who taught people to play MMOs. And I was like, A, they don't do that. B, they only do that if you're a girl. C, it's usually sexually based. It's not like education based. And D, like, you know, I don't want to teach them my secrets. I don't want them being better than me, and that's the other problem, right? I don't want to share my secrets with people. I do now as a streamer, but I didn't want to do it back then. So all my life was like, no, I will not be an MMO mentor. But now I actually actively despise it, because I don't want people to train other people to skip corners and be faster and better at the game than they would have been normally if they just played the game, particularly because it makes the gameplay worse. If you see people skipping corners all the fucking time and skipping packs and trying to rush through it and speedrun it and all this, it makes the experience shittier just overall. It just really does. As a player, you realize that all these people rushing makes the experience shittier. You can't get the real game itself of the experience of partying and all that stuff, because there's all these people buying and rushing through and like win trading and stuff like this, and that does jade the experience when it doesn't feel like the people worked for it, like that they just swiped for it. That hurts the game, and so I would say that the WoW coin and the Plex, like for EVE Online and WoW, they were good things and they do help the players, but they didn't make the game better technically. They just made the developers' lives better with money, and made it easier for them to develop the game, like lazier and more like sort of like mass produced. But they have more money to make the game better because they do stuff like sell currency. That's okay, you know, that's okay. But we have this demonization of pay to win when we don't, when really I think the real evil is boosting. You should not be, you should have to do the same grade curve, they call it the learning curve or the grade curve, right? You should have to do the same learning curve and grade curve as every other player. If you skip by boosting and you get something that you didn't get the game sense for and learn how to go kill the boss for and stuff, then not only is that bad for the person it's not bad for the person selling it to you, but it's bad for everyone around you. You didn't learn the game, so you're less likely to be a good player around other players and stuff, and you're going to bring them down. It's rude to suck at World of Warcraft now. It's always been rude since like the 5th year or something like that. It's rude to suck at World of Warcraft. So if you cut corners and skip all the time and buy currency for fucking stars, I had a mod who was very proud of on my channel, who was very proud. I won't say his name because I don't want to dox him, but like he was very proud of buying Star Citizen currency, and he thought anybody who bought the currency themselves or bought the ships was a fucking moron. To which I agree. I think anybody who does spend real life money on, besides the initial $50 play so you can see what Star Citizen is, if you spend any money on those fucking ships, not only are you stupid, you're also an asshole, because they didn't actually do the work to make a video game, so you're supporting something that isn't real, and that sucks, you know? So like now, like, so he was like, go buy like Star Citizen currency and you'll understand how good of a game it is when you have all the ships and how cool it is. And I'm like, no, because that's cutting corners. That doesn't make me earn game sense and go learn how to buy the ships and play the game and all this stuff. And trust me, that's setting yourself up for a higher mess. That's just like setting yourself, if you don't set yourself up with a higher skill in the games, you're setting yourself up for a higher mess. And so, like, skipping, like, the corners, you might think that gives you an advantage, but no, that's actually you shortchanging you learning. It's actually really, it's the same thing as cheating on tests in school. I never did that either. I never cheated on tests. I would come in and ace them without studying. And that's like cheating because you didn't do the work, right? But if you're smart enough to know because you listened in the class, you just don't do the homework and stuff, you can still ace the test. That's good enough. That's actually good enough. If you have the knowledge is the actual test. Like cheating on the test, it sounds fun, so you can play video games instead of learning to ace the test or whatever. It sounds fun, but then when it comes time in the real world, if you don't have that fucking knowledge, you get fucked in the ass, and you did injustice to yourself. You did injustice to the person who sold it to you, because they're kind of like doing something that sort of does injustice to the whole thing. You like sort of criminal in a way. You're doing injustice to the teacher who taught you this stuff. There's many reasons not to cut corners when it comes to building knowledge, and video games are about knowledge. Like, for instance, in Tarkov, if you don't know how to get the ice pick crate, then you will not have fucking storage. So you can swipe all you fucking want. You can swipe $5,000, $10,000 USD or more, $100,000. It doesn't matter. You can't swipe the fact that if you don't know how to get the ice pick to get the crate, you won't have the crate. And if you don't know how to play the fucking game because you swiped and skipped the fucking corners, you're not going to kill the head sniper scab to get your fucking ice pick. You're just not going to have the skill to do it. You're going to die on the way. And so I have a serious problem with these 3 generations that live this tablet brain rot lie, where they think that the first question that they ask about MMOs is how much do you have to swipe? That's not too good, because swiping doesn't technically help you. All it does is give you skins. That's like it. You can't buy game sense. It's not possible. That's why we trolled Elon for like 4 months for trying to play Diablo 4 when you know he doesn't have the fucking time. He's running fucking, what's it called, into the ground, you know? BRB, I'm thirsty.
What level of it is acceptable for you, commensurate to how much fun you have playing the game? Because, as I've said many times, the MMO industry, the MMO genre, whatever we're going to call it, is basically like a dining hall with immaculate fucking service, but every plate is full of shit. But some of them have sprinkles on it and food coloring. It just depends on your own preference which plate of shit you're going to eat. But you are going to eat a plate of shit if you play the genre, unless you're playing some like obscure random fucking mega old game like, oh, I play EQ99 or whatever. Like, congrats, dad. Yeah. But in general,
or FFXI Horizon.
Industry is.
That's like literally it. If you're playing FFX Horizon, you didn't get fucked. Yeah, like Horizon, like FFXI did not fuck me, and EVE Online did not fuck me, and so I am playing those games that don't shortchange me, you know. Like, this game's so deep. You've seen over the last 3.5 years how much goddamn content I can get from this game. It's just insane. It just keeps on going. Hardcore's worse because you can just keep repeating an endless loop of death. You know, it's even worse. And so no, I quite gleefully, I don't pay attention to the game while I'm playing hardcore. I do that gleefully because I know that like one of the shit sides of the MMO stick, and it is a dining hall with shit on the fucking on the plates and stuff. It just depends on which plate you want to eat. Is that, you know, it's gonna take a lot of time. So I know that, like, if I just pay the time cost, I'll get what I want out of the game, which is fun. I don't care if I reach hardcore. I don't care if I reach the cap. What I want to do is waste time on a video game that I really love. What the fuck is that? Oh. I can just dump like 100 rounds. Man, that reload is long. These things are fairly tanky, and I'm just melting them. This gun's really strong, probably against them too. Probably really one-shots them, basically. So you want me to go back to Aquila? Oh yeah, you do. Or do you? No, you don't. You want me to go somewhere else? Where do you want me to go? Where is this now? Where is it that you want me to go? I like Cheyenne. I'm going to build a base here. The empty nest, return to the lodge. I guess that's just it. They want me to go to my ship, I guess. Okay, that's cool. I'll just instant jump there. That works. People didn't like the load screens, but I began to cherish them because it means that I don't have to fucking walk, you know? I think Bethesda got a bad rap on that one. I mean, the loading screens suck, don't get me wrong. But once they fixed them, it was okay. Because it's like, yeah, I'd rather do the loading screen than walk for goddamn 15 minutes.
And you just have to, you know, is it okay with how I play the game? Does it impact me? Can I have fun regardless? And if you can't, go play another genre. Maybe go read books or something, because it's kind of the way the genre is, by and large.
Yeah, you get fucked. I was fucked by WoW. It was too addictive, and then they didn't live it up. They didn't keep it going, you know? They didn't keep it fun. I got fucked by ESO, and the respect that fucking combat just isn't good. Final Fantasy XIV is just a WoW clone with tab-based, turn-based, not turn-based, but it's basically turn-based combat, sort of, because it's a console MMO, and they fucked me because it's a console MMO. It didn't live up to FFXI, which also fucked me. 76 was fine, but it didn't start out fine. Rust was fine, but it didn't start out fine. Rust ended out fine, but it didn't start out fine. It had a lot of issues. I remember the worst time I ever had in Rust was this guy flew past me on a fucking horse. It sprayed me in the face with the AK, robbed me, and then called me the N-word. And like, he was hacking. He flew across the fucking, he like flew past me, turned and shot me in the fucking face. And that was like the fifth or sixth week I was playing the game or something like that. That was so early. That was like me and Lucky and Big J and Daltaroo, and Dog Giraffe, like in the fucking snow on Reddit large, like my 5th week or something like that, or maybe it was like 3rd month. I think it was like the 3rd month or something. And like I'm like riding a horse. I'll never forget it. I'm riding a horse north with most of our base's loot on me because I was able to repel a 4-man fucking raid, by myself because they were all dead, and I sat up there with a compound bow against AK kids, and I fucking murdered all 4 of them. I just took it slow. I waited. I was like, well, they've been here like an hour and a half, and they don't have enough boom to go further. They're just trolling us. So I was just like waiting, and I would wait like, you know, like 2.5 minutes, and I would pop and compound bow somebody, and occasionally the crit would actually kill them, and I did land like 15 headshots, and eventually I did kill all 4 of them. They didn't have beds there. They didn't bring bags or cloth, and it was snow. They couldn't pick cloth, so they couldn't put bags down, and they were just fucked. They were there with 4 kits. They had successfully raided halfway in, but not to the actual loot. So I repelled a 4-man raid, which was one of the most amazing things I've ever done in my gaming career. And my friends were like screaming and like cheers and joy when I did it too. It was insane. And so then I'm leaving on a fucking I remember I left on a fucking horse that I had bred, or not bred, but like, you know, I like kept in a stable, all fucking white for like, I don't know, 20 days or something. I kept a couple of horses. and they relentlessly mocked me about my stable and how religious I was about my stable. But then I took the whole base's fucking loot and rode out of there on that fucking horse, and I defied 4 people and got the entire 5 people's bases. It was 5 people in our team. It was 5 people's loot. It was the entire base. I looted the TC, and I ran out there on a fucking horse that I had kept very carefully for 3 fucking weeks. Yeah, I laugh it up about how Cat likes horses and stables till I fucking run out with the entire loot and get out of here with it, as opposed to try and getting out on foot and getting shot by an AK. I'm riding out on a fucking fully fed, fully fast, like, you know, what's it called, white thoroughbred, and I'm making a real shot at trying to get this loot out of here if I have to, right? And so I kept horses, and I got out of there because I kept horses, which is me learning the game as opposed to cutting corners. So then some shithead who was cutting corners flew past me as I was riding north out of snow past Dome. Some shithead flew past me, fired an AK into my fucking face, looted my shit, and then called me the fucking N-word. I quit the game for a year. That was in like 2021 or something like that. I quit the game for a whole solid year. I was like, guys, this isn't my game. If they're gonna do shit like fly past me on the fucking horse, shoot me in the fucking face, and take this fucking this fucking whole raid worth of loot that I fought 4 guys for with a compound bow against MP5s and AKs and shit like this, and won. I don't want to play this game, and I told them I'm sorry, and I did. I logged that night, and I didn't speak to them again for like a year. Our fucking, I came back, and Pen Pals was like, had really thrived, and they had built like really good relationships and stuff, but I quit that game for like a year after that. I said goodbye to Patrick was there with us on that white. Patrick died too. Patrick was with us. It was Big Junior and Lucky and fucking Patrick and Dog Giraffe and I. There was like 6 of us, and it was 6 people's worth of loot over 3 weeks and shit. And I got out with it, and then I got jacked by some piece of shit, like shortcut cutting fucking shithead cheater, and I'm like sitting there like watching this guy fucking loot me, and then I watched the ban go off in the goddamn chat like 5 seconds fucking later, and I'm like, motherfucker, I don't care if he got fucking banned. The whole experience was so fucking toxic. I left the game for a fucking year. These shitheads ruined the goddamn games. They're so fucking stupid. So like, you know, after that, I came back after like a year, and I was like, you know, the sociality was good, but I don't ever want to be in a situation where I'm running with a full base of loot again. I don't want to high pressure situations. I want to fire a kit from the rooftop when the raid hits. I don't want to be this dude that has to escape with the entire base's worth of loot and then get jacked by some fucking hacker. The pressure is not okay. The stress isn't okay. The paranoia isn't okay. And the hacking isn't okay. So eventually I just left the game over that stupid shit. I was like, nah, like it's just not a good vibe. And like, you can act like it's that I'm the bad one, but it's not. It's like, I paid good money to play this fucking game. You don't need to shit the place up and make it way worse than it already is. The developers already make the game as bad as it is. How much do I scream about developers all the fucking time? It's like what Kira's saying, like every game is shit. It's just how much shit you're willing to eat, right? It's like this, and so we take enough shit from the fucking devs before we take abuse from other gamers too. It's fucking stupid.
But this is just the reality we're living in the MMO world.
Yeah, like, so you're gonna shovel shit. You're gonna shovel shit for thousands of hours to play an inferior product that fucks you all the time, that isn't even as good as some of these single player games most of the time. And it's like fucking dumb. It's like kind of dumb.
Whether Korean or not.
But we're gluttons for punishment because we really like being in huge parties doing really big things. You know? I like being in ECRs. Of like, you know, 60, 80, 300 people, something like that, taking down some huge boss. That's fun as fuck. That's why I started doing this. You know? You want to know why I stayed around WoW? I'll tell you, I remember it was very formative for me. I stayed around WoW one day because I was wandering through, what's it called? It's a horde zone, so I don't remember what the name is, but it's where Azurgos spawns. And I was wandering around, and I happened to find Azurgos. And at Azurgos, I saw an alliance guild, and it was my original guild, the one that Begon was in. I saw a guild fighting another horde guild. Fighting a horde guild, another guild, and it was like a 40v40. It was the craziest thing I'd ever seen in a video game. And so I wandered up, and I started spot healing, which is like, it means that you're like not in the party, but you're healing people that you don't really know just to help them. them. I started spot healing them, and they invited me to the fucking raid, and they were fighting over this dragon, and they were fighting the dragon. And it lasted for like 5 hours or something like that. That fight over that fucking dragon, it lasted like 5 fucking hours. And they were talking in the chat the whole time. It was the most social experience I'd ever had in MMO besides Final Fantasy and shit. It was fucking crazy. And I ended up being with that guild or friends with people in that guild for like the last 23 years. And like, and Bagon's one of them. And at Azurgos, I began to learn that, like, I never really liked 5-man parties or dungeons or even the PvP that much. I like getting in a really big fucking pack of people and doing something interesting, like taking Azurgos from a horde guild, which we did, by the way. And then I met one of my oldest WoW friends. His name was Derek, and I don't even know if he's still around, but Bagon knew him very well. He was a good friend of Derek's as well. I met my friend Derek, who was a inner city ghetto kid from Detroit, and I really liked him. I liked him a lot. He was a scrapper. He was a winner. He was definitely a fighter. You know, he wouldn't take shit from anybody, and he was an hilarious rogue, and he pretty much taught everybody that I knew how to play rogue. Like, just by playing it, he taught everybody that I knew how to play rogue, and he was a rank 1 rogue. He was a fucking really good field marshal rogue, like my friend Coltrane. We ended up with two field marshal rogues in our original raid in that place where I met them at Azurgos and stuff. They were in that raid. Derek and both Derek and Coltrane were in that raid when I joined that day, and we fought Azurgos, and I'll never forget that Azurgos kill, because we had to fight horde for 5 hours for it, and we won. We eventually bitterly fucking stomped them out and killed them, and then eventually finally did kill the fucking dragon without wiping. And, like, you know, and it was good. It was really good. In that experience, I didn't get that experience again. It was the first time that I got that experience in WoW, and it was also the last time that I got that experience in WoW until, like, 2023. Like, I don't know, 20 years later, there was, like, at the beginning of Dragonflight, they opened the storms in the original islands, the original continents, right? And like 36,000 people would show up to kill a world boss. And you could see them all. You could see their fucking names. It really was like 30,000 people or something. And because of their layering technology and all the servers that they're on, you can see 30,000 people once on stream. I took a picture and I put it in our Discords, and it was just an entirely blue screen of names. It was a screen of names. 30,000 people blocks out the entire fucking screen with names. It's like a blue screen. That's all it is. I've seen it before. It was crazy. That's what I joined MMOs for. And so I thought, well, I'll at least continue to give, like, WoW money for expansions and stuff if there's some hint that they might give that back to me again. And that couple of weeks that they did those storms, the primal storms at the beginning of Dragonflight, was some of the greatest MMO gaming I'd ever done, because there was always 1,000 people on screen. You know, way more than New World DCR or anything like that. And I recorded those sessions. They're on my channel. And, like, I can go back to the day that the Dragonflight launched, and I can play I can go back to that day on my stream. It'll be hard because I'd have to sort through a bunch of pages to figure out what day it was. But, like, you know, I could go back to that fucking stream. I could. So, and that's why I'm doing this, is I got the Dragonflight launch. That doesn't matter to pieces of shit right now who only care about Mr. Beast or whatever. But it will matter in fucking 70 years when people are going to be wondering what the Dragonflight launch was like. I'll be like, I got the whole thing. I played it for a solid week. I got the Lore Master Achieve. I got everything that you should do done with the Primal Storms and all that. And I opened up gear, and I got max eye level in PvP and PvE. And I did all the world quests, and I got fishing capped, and I got 5 professions capped and 3 characters capped, and in the space of, I don't know, it was like 4 weeks or something, like, or yeah, or say it was 7 days. It was like 7 days. I quit after like 7 days, and I kept playing like lackadaisically for like 4 weeks, but I didn't play all day past 7 days. So, you know, I went back to Rust. So, you know, so, like, you know, but I did that. That's on my fucking channel. That won't matter right now, but it will in 70 fucking years. It absolutely will. People will be like, God damn it, Skycat, I want to suck it. Like, girls will be like, God damn it, Skycat, I want to suck your dick because you got Dragonflight. And I'm like, yeah, and I got the entirety too. Now, I did a solo, and I didn't do a solo. I did in parties, but the storms. But I did all of the content. I did all that. I got 30,000 people on the screen and stuff like that, and I got me taking the picture of it and posting it in the Discord and shit like that. You know, I got all that stuff. And so, like, you know, and so I'm immensely fucking proud of that, because while right now it's only been 23 years since WoW's existed, but in 70 years, me getting Dragonflight is gonna fucking matter. It's gonna matter to nerds that made Dragonflight, because they're gonna try and go back there and they're gonna be like, we try to get gameplay of Dragonflight all the time, and we realized that nobody actually posted real MMO gameplay of the long form stuff of like actually playing the game all day long, like what I'm doing right now. It's fucking boring. It's fucking boring to watch me kill this fucking worm. I know it is. It's fucking boring, you know? I know it's boring to watch me do it. I know it. I really love people like, I'm sorry, bad with names, people like Number 2, who sit in my channel all the fucking time, because they have the grace to sit there in the channel and they can stand this boring ass fucking slow gameplay all the fucking time, because it's not really for them. This stream is not really for them. I love them and I do it for them, but the stream itself is not for them. It's there for the fucking history of it, and it'll matter in 70 years as long as YouTube exists. If mankind doesn't fall and YouTube still exists in 70 years, which is what I suspect will happen. I suspect nothing will happen, right? Or maybe a world war will happen, but it still won't matter. It'll still be like it'll still be like 2025, except that it'll be 2025, you know? I don't think it'll really matter. So, but what will matter is getting the snapshot of Dragonflight or any of these other expansions. I think I got the Dragonflight. I think I started around what was it? It was what's the Shadowlands. So I got Shadowlands and on stream, and I got Dragonflight, and now we're about to get the next one. All right, and then I got the one after that, which is what's the one after Dragonflight? I can't remember the fucking names now. The new WoW expansion, right? New WoW X pack is called War Within, which is a hard one to remember for some reason. But yeah, the War Within. War Within, I got War Within. I didn't finish War Within, and I haven't seen all the content, but I did get the Lore Master Achieve of doing all 4 zones, and that's all really WoW is. I mean, it's you can do raids if you want, and suffer, and you could do PvP if you want and suffer, but I mean, what WoW really is chaining all of those Lore Master quests when the expansion comes out. Sometimes that takes 3 months, sometimes it takes 3 days. It takes 3 days for me, so that's what I did. I did 3 days of recordings of just solid sit-through of the WoW expansion. At the end of I think it was like the end of the 4th day, I just stopped playing. I was like, nope, I don't need this anymore. I'm done with the expansion and stuff. And so, and there's a lot to be said for that, actually. I don't need to sit around and be like, my game sucks. I know that Begon talks about all the time how much WoW sucks. I know he does. I know it's like the thing he talks about the most is that WoW sucks. WoW sucks. It's not, it's not good enough to play still or anything, but they still keep playing it. And like, so I just like, no, I'm going to go play more fun games. I still think Starfield's more fun than WoW. I absolutely do. I think it's more fun. It's got better graphics. It's got like a better world. It's bigger. It's got like, enough combat and good fast action combat that doesn't require tab targeting or anything like that. And I just think it is a superior game. So I'll just go play that. Right. And that's my thing. I play whatever I think is most fun. So there's somebody selling an artifact in Neon. I'm ready, let's go. So Walter Stroud joined my ship. I suppose I will turn on the voices now because some of this RP I did want to hear. Like that RP I wanted to hear, but all the other stuff with Samco I didn't because I've heard it before. We'll do music and we'll do... or no, I'm not going to do music because I'm doing videos. But we'll do voice now. Yeah. Like New World. Like New World's combat is the best I've ever seen in an MMO. So I constantly overlook the mismanagement, the problems, the hacking, the cheating, the buying the forts, the boosting, the problems, and all the stupid shit. And the fact that they don't make enough content for the game, really, for how good it is. It's such a good game, but they don't make enough content for it, really. So, like, and I like those new expansions. I feel no shame in buying them. I like those 2 expansions, Brimstone and Elysian Wilds, but I think we should have had 2 more by now. Or something, at least another one by now, and so so even New World has that thing that he's talking about, where no matter what, it's still a plate of shit. No matter how much shinola and polish and sprinkles they put on it, it's still a plate of shit. New World, but at least it's the best, most palatable shit. You know, I don't play a lot of New World because I've seen it all. But if I hadn't seen it all, I would be reluctantly just continuing to play it over and over and over again until I was done with it, you know? But I've seen everything there is to see. I know every zone. I know every quest. I know I know everything there is to do in New World. The only thing I don't know is the new raid in Hardcore or whatever. The new raid, I don't want to do the raid. I don't want to lose my character in that raid. I don't care about that. I don't care about that, you know? I'm surprised the kids do, or I don't even think it is kids. I think it's boomers who are still stuck in the WoW raid loop. Like Jesus Christ, you haven't evolved yet. You're still stuck in that motherfucking raid loop. I left that shit in 2015 was the last time I did a real raid, but it actually was more like 2012. My mental breakdown was in 2010. And then I continued to play like just arena for a couple of years and just farmed, and I left my guild, and just did PvP with my twos partner. That's like all I did. But I mean, like, I quit. I like full blown quit like the game in like 2012. And then the last raid or PvP that I did in WoW, short of like expansion stuff when they have a new expansion, was 2015. And so seeing these people get stuck in the raid thing 10 years later in 2025, I begin to understand that people just get stuck in their ruts. South Park made an episode called Member Berries about this, that where like, you know, Matt just despairs at the fucking, like, the willingness to just like live in fucking what's it called, like nostalgia town. Like, I don't live in Final Fantasy 11 because of nostalgia. I actually hate a lot of the things about this game, you know. I actually do. I hate some of the things, like the inventory drives me fucking crazy, the travel and the run speed drives me fucking crazy. But it's not, but I don't stick around for nostalgia. I stick around because there's still stuff in the game that I haven't seen. Even 23 years later. That's why I stick around. Same as EVE Online. EVE Online, like, I've never dominated incursions, for instance. I've never gone into incursions. I have no idea what incursions is. I have an idea of what it is, but I don't know. I've watched videos of it, but I've never done it, you know? Because it is endgame raiding with like 40 people in an expensive battleship that costs like, you know, 500 mil to a bill, which up until 2023 was a lot of fucking money, however you look at it. Even in Plex, it was a lot of money. It's still a lot of money. So, you know, whatever. So I was like, no, I'm not going to go throw all of my money into one basket and go to raids and lose my ship because I suck and don't know the content yet or whatever. I'm not going to go do that. And if I don't lose the ship, I'll get addicted to raiding, and then I'll get stuck being a WoW raider again for 10 years, and I don't want to do that. I just want to keep playing these games how I'm playing them. I don't want to get stuck in some commitment thing all the time. I think I want to quit this one. I don't want to go to low sec. It's fine. I don't care about the NPC's opinion of me. They want you to care about this standing right here. I don't care about it. As long as it's above 5, I don't give a fuck. So this thing we're gonna drop and trash. This was a bad run. I'm just gonna take a new one. Oh no! Oh no! I didn't turn in. I got here and then I didn't turn in. Oh well, just go home. Son of a bitch, I fucked up. Oh well. I've not done that yet, and I've been doing this for weeks. The reason I did is because I've been doing this for weeks and I barely pay attention. Whatever. Alright, take me back and we'll just get a new one. Whatever. She's probably unhappy that I quit. Whatever.
Bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it was alright. I want my Andreja back, though. That's my wife. Or whatever. An incel Starfield thing. I need to work on her relationship with me because she will get me 1% extra XP. Which adds up if you play for 500 hours, you know. Which I'm definitely already done, basically. There's Walter Stroud, and he's walking to the ship, which is so cool. He is walking to my ship, and I'm distracting him, but he is sandbox walking to my ship, and we could walk along with him, and he'll walk all through this, and he'll take the Atlantis mass transit thing over there to the fucking ship dock, and he'll like, you know, and he'll like walk over to the ship, and he'll enter it, and you'll see him disappear at the door. It's fucking sweet. That's why these games are so good. Is that sort of level of depth. Autopilot, yes, autopilot. Okay, rest. How's this going? Are we alive? Yeah, it appears we're alive. We have 640k. Nice. So yes. What else? Let's go back to the video.
At this stage, and it's not like I'm jaded by this. I play these games, but if you were gonna, you know, old school RuneScape, if you play normal account that's not Iron Man, I play Iron Man, so it doesn't impact me. People can just buy bonds and trade them for gold and then just buy gear. Is that pay to win? Yes. Does it matter to how I play the game?
No.
So, perfect example for you.
There you go.
Instead, our in-game monetization will focus on cosmetic items and quality of life enhancements.
I don't care if a raider in my raid boosts. I don't care if they buy their gear. I don't care if they buy their money. I don't care. As long as it benefits me. Now, if PvP players buy their gear by an illegal market and then use it to fuck you, like that's something, but I don't believe you can do that in a game. I don't think you can. You might be able to do that in Rust. You can probably buy an account in Rust, I guess, but you can't really do that. There's no non-consensual PvP games that sell you kits. Like you can't buy kits in Rust. You know, I mean you can, but you can buy with scrap, but you can't really like buy kits and learn to use them instantly. You'll have to learn to use them. So I don't care if you buy kits. Go ahead and throw your money down the toilet. That's true. That's the only time that pay to win bothers me, is if a PvP player, well, that and boosting sucks, but you know, but besides boosting, which is a PvE issue, I'm talking about the real issue with pay to win. Is the only reason pay to win is even a fucking phrase is PvP players freak out about it all the time. They're like, oh god damn it, this guy bought his set and then he just came and raffle stomped me and now I've lost my set, and that's unfair because he bought his set and I work for mine. You know, and so they complain to the devs, and they're right about that. But the problem is, like, you know, there's no games that you can buy a set in. I don't think there's no games that you can buy an advantage in. You can buy scrap and Rust, and it would give you an advantage and cut some corners, I guess. But I mean, that's not going to make you get out of somebody bolting you in the face the first time you see them on a rooftop. That's not going to save you. You can spend $5,000 on fucking scrap. That's not going to save you the minute that you leave the outpost with it or whatever, wherever it is that they sell you that scrap at. You are going to lose that scrap. It's just, even on a one-pop server, you're going to lose the scrap. It doesn't matter. It's like a fact of life about sandboxes. Sandboxes don't care about your fucking feelings. It's something that I really had to internalize. I read it recently on some Mortal forums, but I mean, yeah, sandboxes don't care about your fucking feelings at all. They will lick your tears and fuck you in the ass 15 times in a row. They don't. There's no fairness or anything like that. They don't care about that. They don't like. They live by the jank. So like, you know, what like my thing about pay to win is what advantage could you buy that could get you ahead in a PvP game? I can't really think of one. There's Plex. Plex can get you ahead. If you dump $100,000, you can skip a year of training. And you can get in faster. When you get in the ship and you don't know how to play the game and you don't know where to warp and you don't know what the fucking game is and you don't know how to reach your buddy and they're telling you to come and you don't know, they kick you out of the fucking corp because you're fucking obviously like brain dead or whatever. You can't even figure out how to warp to a fucking like location or whatever because you bought everything. Or maybe you've been playing for a few months and now you know how to do that stuff, but on a very basic fucking level, the game will suss this out of you and it will fuck you and take that money from you every single fucking time. I've seen it like countless times. Accepted. You know, So, like, even people who buy accounts, like, to hack and stuff, get fucked by admins and lose those accounts. It doesn't matter. You can throw your money in to try and pay to win and use hacked accounts to multi-bot and stuff like this and try to get resources really fast so you can best your enemies. But it doesn't fucking matter. That doesn't really affect my fucking gameplay. Not really. If that was going to happen, that was going to happen. That doesn't stop me from losing my... I'm sorry, that was going to cause me to lose my base or whatever. So that was just going to happen anyways. It doesn't really matter. It's a sandbox. You don't know what's going to happen. You can't count on it. So buying pay to win implies that the sandbox lets you keep what you bought. Sandboxes don't let you keep what you bought. Sandboxes are the only games that you can buy an advantage in pay to win PvP, such as BDO, EVE Online, and I don't know, I guess RuneScape, right? Or whatever, in the wilds or whatever it is. Or the barons or whatever it is, or the wastes, and like, so there's only a few that can even provide that experience, and when they do, it doesn't matter how much you buy it, the game will fucking spread you anyways. The game will fucking spread you, especially Star Citizen. Like Star Citizen, you crash your fucking plane into the goddamn planet when you're learning to fly. That was the whole point of Star Citizen. It's actually a fucking engine. They're selling an engine to a future game that the hardware can do, but the software can't do yet. So they're just waiting for the software to catch up, and the software is too slow and shitty, and Microsoft Windows sucks too much dick. And so they're just biding their time till software gets better. And in the meantime, they produce an engine production thing, which is Star Citizen, which is not a bad idea, really. That's what New World is. And they sell you like a game as an engine theory. And if you like the engine, you support the game. And obviously people did like that engine, all that orbital entry and orbital exit stuff. So at its core, Star Citizen is still sort of an honest game. But it doesn't matter. You still spend hundreds of dollars crashing your fucking plane into the side of planets. So that problem, it totally exits it totally removes the issue that your enemies might be buying ships, because they still crash those ships into the planet constantly, and then they buy more. Right? Or they buy packages where the ships are just replaceable, but they're probably not doing that if they're a whale, because those ships are inferior to what's on the market. So, like, and that's what I did. I bought the inferior whale ships so that I can just crash Star Citizen ships into the fucking planet over and over again, and then quit when I realized that it's not a real game, And and that's the proper way to play Star Citizen. You don't fucking swipe, or either for eBay for Star Citizen credits or Star Citizen. You don't swipe for Star Citizen or Fortnite. You just don't, because sandboxes don't give a fuck about your feelings. Nothing that you could buy, even Fortnite is kind of a sandbox. Nothing that you can buy, including skins, in Fortnite does anything for you. There is no such thing as pay to win. You can boost and get a set and then use that set to try to take a world first. And WoW, we call that boosting. It's still not pay to win. I mean, it is pay to win. Sorry, that is pay to win. But it's not how. But we don't. But when we mention pay to win, we differentiate it from boosting. Boosting sucks. Pay to win is fine in a sandbox. It's not okay in a game like WoW. But I mean, they did it anyways, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the game in any way or form, really. People still grind the gold. It's sort of weird.
Gameplay balance remains intact for all players.
So this thing about pay to win is pay to win. Yeah, the shit's pay to win. Thank God it is. They barely ever let us do that. So when they give us these little morsels, that's okay. Then fine, let's pay to win. Fuck it. Everyone agrees to pay to win or whatever. It sucks for poor people and me. I'm poor, but I mean, I'm poor. It sucks for poor people. Like it sucks for me when I'm expected to pay to win. But I'm okay with saving up $48, every couple of years to buy a Plex when I'm dead broke and I gambled too much or lost the last time I bought a Plex was because I lost a Gila and a pod totaling 4.6 billion inside of 10 seconds. In high sec, no less. It was such a bad fucking loss. I just swiped $46. I was like, here we go. Recently, I saw a buy one, get one deal in a way that could support Marquee Dragons so that he could continue to be a bastion for our community and stuff. So I went and bought $35, not even $48, like $35 worth of MCTs, which is multiple account trainers, right? And I just sold them directly on the market for, I think it was like Or no, I sold them on the Hypernet, and I fucking sold them well, too. They sold well on the fucking Hypernet, and I made, like, I don't know, $2 billion, and then I just gambled that $2 billion into the $10 billion that you saw, like, 5 days ago, but then I put a whole bunch of buy orders in this week for hypercores and fucking, what else? Hypercores and Master at Arms. I bought 30 Master at Arms boosters, and those are 70 million a piece, and I bought 30 of them. So you can see I'm throwing out, like, you know, 4.5 billion or something, and now I'm back down to 4. But I was at 9 like 5 days ago. I was at 9 billion like 5 days ago, but it's so much of it's going out that I'm back down to 4. But it'll go back up because the only money that I spent was stuff that I'm reselling at a 12% markup. So it's just going to go back up, but it'll take like another week. So I'm just like fine with this, and I took the $35, and it had been a year since I swiped, you know, and I took that $35, and I was like, okay, it supports Marquis Dragon, which is something that I actually believe in. So here's a chance to pay to win in a way that supports my greatest hero, essentially. You know, my greatest hero is by default Marquis Dragon, because Asmongold went right wing. You know, Asmongold was by default my greatest hero because he drug himself out of the WoW sewers and brought himself to a $20 million lifestyle in the real world off of WoW. But see, I don't like WoW enough to do that. I don't like WoW well enough to do that. He does. I don't. I don't like WoW well enough to do that. I like Rust well enough to do that, and I tried to do that. You know, I did try to do that. At times I've had hundreds of people on my channel when I was playing Rust. I did. So it's, you know, it's just sort of weird. And I've had times when I've had hundreds of people here, and I don't have that anymore because I don't wish to cater to them. This is entirely about me. It's entirely about my history. It's entirely about the MMO history that I had. It's a selfish thing. I kicked everybody else the fuck out of it except for number 2, and it's just, you know, and it's fine. Like, you know, I don't know. It's whatever. Like if you want to sit in my channel for 3.5 years, like number 2, you can be my fucking friend because you understand what the fucking history is. If you don't, then fuck off. I don't care. Investigate brownouts in the well. I am going to the lodge to talk to... Oh, no, I'm done with that. But now I have another power, apparently, so I've got to worry about that, which is like... This, I think, yeah, and I haven't done this yet. Personal atmosphere. Oxygen, pure and clean, brought forth to breathe deep and counteract harmful carbon dioxide. It costs 45 power out of total of 60. Oh, you can get different power. You eventually get a bigger power meter. You can start doing separate powers, maybe, or something. I don't really know. Oh, no, yeah, you can just switch between them. Jesus. You can put it on the bar. That's crazy. So six other temples, and we've got 2 of the 8. And Samco, I'm going to get rid of Samco, so I've got to go back to the fucking ship now. Let's go to the gem. No, I gotta go to the ship, which is New Atlantis. Yeah, just travel to fucking Mast or whatever.
What's the good word, Chief? So quality of life enhancement is just going to be...
Quality of life enhancement is fine, but they should have just had that quality of life in the first place. They're piece of shit developers when it comes to the quality of life. I don't think any of them are good in that respect. I don't think any of them are good. I wouldn't say the quality of life in Eve is that good. Like, for instance, when you try to autopilot... Jesus Christ, that's loud. Can we, like, do whatever we're doing? I thought you were supposed to land, you idiot. Fucking land. Goddamn developer. God damn it, see, it blew my fucking mind. I forgot what I was saying. It's so annoying. I hate these developers. They're fucking incompetence. Totally, like, breaks the fucking, like, vibe all the time. It kills the vibe all the time. Baking in the sun for like 3 hours for like 2 weeks or something like that, and I'm constantly dehydrated. It's like living at the beach or something. You're like constantly dehydrated. You're like, oh, I gotta go get something to drink now. And I live by the beach with a lot of salt in the air, and so like right by the beach. So not right by it, but you know, like not far. And so I'm constantly thirsty because there's like all this salt in the air. I came here to go to the ship. Damn it, I forgot, but I was going to the ship, yeah. Go back to New Atlantis. Yeah, we were doing the ship, huh? Okay.
Speeding stuff up, most likely. If this comes
Thank
out
you, Kira, for the excellent content for my stream. I've liked sub to your channel.
Like name changes and fucking race changes and gender changes and things, and that's it. Colour me the most surprised person in the world. But obviously, that's just not going to be the case, is it? We're all adults. We all know. So that's kind of like just all of the information that we really care about with this. This interview, if you want to check it out, is easy to find on the MMORPG website, and it goes through and asks some things about, you know, the setting, the dark fantasy, and things like that. So should be an interesting read if you're into those things. There's a lot of misunderstandings in general. I guess people are just misinformed, uninformed, whatever, which is fair, because unless you're like a giga autist who sits and reads about MMOs all day for 20 years...
That's what I do.
Then obviously you're going to think that this is the case. Obviously, you should probably just check before you stop espousing opinions on a subreddit. But people, for some reason, think this game's like made by Cacao, or because Cacao's involved, that the game will be some kind of way, and that's simply not how business works. They see like published by, they just assume it's like AAA gaming, where the publisher usually owns the game company. But that's not the case here. There's some weird relationship here where Cacao somehow has like creative or monetization input. But I've seen publisher agreements that are third party, which is what this is. When something's not first party, you know, ownership, it's third party. They're the customer support. They're the people that have the access to servers and infrastructure. They're janitors basically that run the game in other areas. So the idea that Cacao, and I'm saying this because of this comment, I personally don't trust Cacao to produce a buy-to-play game without heavy RNG, pay-to-win elements. I hope I'm wrong.
Or NetEase either. I don't think NetEase can do that either.
And nobody corrects him. They just upvote this, and then nobody.
I'm gonna kill all the lights in this room. I'll be right back. I gotta pee. Oh, the lights, right. I forgot the lights. I went to pee, but I didn't get the lights. Hey. What do we do now? All the money can buy. Travel to Neon. We're intended to purchase an artifact. Otherwise, the passion much before we get there. Okay, kill the space for Savage. Maybe I'll do some combat or whatever first. Getting a little better now. She sucked so bad when she started. Oh, and I said dinged. Level 5. I'm halfway to where I was when I died last time. So cool.
Come on. There are worlds to conquer.
Oh, is it night? Oh.
I was beginning to wonder if you hibernate.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, I didn't get liquid. Alien liquor. So cool. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, look at him run. Where are you gonna go, bitch? You can't go anywhere. It's like, it's like, Inglourious Bastards. Or, True Grit. It was like True Grit. That was like True Grit. It's like, look at him run. Oh, he left? Wait, no. I let him get away because I was distracted with this idiot. No. Will you land again? Go back. You won't land again, will you? It's so sad. I should have saved. No, it's there, it's there. Cool, it sounds cool as it gets closer. Look, it's a different ship this time. Cool. That one looks better. Oh, it's a Stroud. Shit. Maybe it's not an enemy. Ballroom. Damn it. Fucking annoying. I'm gonna just get in the hatch next time. Every time. I'm just gonna get in that hatch each time now. Let's see what it is this time. I would have preferred that one. Oh well. So cool. Spaceships like Elon. I just want to get stoned and play spaceships like Elon. This one's way smaller. Oh, yeah. Oh, look, it's contraband. Yay, harvested organs. Well, I got in. Who's in there? You don't know I'm here, do you? How is that possible? There's been an alarm going off. Seems like bad design. Well, here we go. Astra. I like this game. It has like CC, like WoW. A WoW player would do well in this game. You could do this and just slaughter them, or you can fight them and maybe die. Spend a lot of ammo. Cool. Hey, are we out in the space now somehow? They like left with me on board, I guess. Yeah, they like left the station. They left the dog. That's fine. Wonder what it is. It's what is this ship? 4,000. Oh no, this is the Warhammer. This isn't the Warhammer, is it? I don't know. This is a Spacer Raccoon, which is a, yeah, it's an A-class ship. It sucks, but let's go sell it.
Okay. Hey, boss. Good to see you.
Okay, so going back to Alpha Centauri to sell this ship. Oh, I have contraband, right. I'll have to adjust that first.
But Cacao can't produce the game because Cacao don't own the company that literally made the game. So Cacao produced nothing. There's loads of reasons to criticize this game, this company, Cacao. But the best thing to do is to criticize them for things that actually exist, like the games that they have produced, will produce in the future, and not just a publishing agreement. Because it's like criticizing, you know, Amazon Game Studios for producing Lost Ark when in reality they just signed a publishing agreement and provide services for bringing the game to other areas
AGS
of the
didn't
world.
make Lost
It's
Ark.
not the same thing. Maybe there's some agreement here where, you know, they've signed away their soul and Cacao gets to dictate everything. But M-Pixel's like a massive company that has tons of fucking money that was founded by people that founded Nexon. Like, I just don't think that's the case unless somebody can show it to me, in which case, you know, I'll be on board with this criticism, but the sentence Cacao producers, it doesn't make sense. It's not real. And this is like the sentiment, like all the way through the thread. It's a Cacao game, pay to win is guaranteed. It's guaranteed because it's an MMO, right? Let's get that one fucking real clear. But the game it's not a Cacao game, it's published by Cacao. This is not me running defense for them, by the way. I'm just saying, like, criticize for real things, not, you know, perceived things. But I'm also going to criticize this comment here. In a statement to shareholders, the CEO of the development studio said the game would not be pay to win. They also came out publicly, said it's not going to be pay to win. The game has been marketed to a global audience as its primary focus. The game is also buy to play and expected to have paid expansions. These are the reasons some are holding out hope it won't be pay to win. Personally, it's around 50-50. If you believe this, sincerely, you're so disconnected from, like, the reality of what this genre is and the notion of how other people perceive pay to win, because it's not lying if the CEO says, oh, it won't be pay to win. If they think pay to win is this, you think pay to win is this, and then they say it's not pay to win and they do this, they're not lying. Their subjective notion of what pay to win is just different to yours. So this idea, like, oh, it won't be pay to win because they said, unless they literally outline exactly what they think pay to win is, it literally says nothing. Like, it doesn't give you any information at all, because the concept of pay to win is going to be different for everybody, and it's especially going to be different for the person making the fucking game and making the money from the game, than it is for you as a consumer. Consumers can't even agree what's pay to win. You go to like Black Desert Online and say, oh, this is pay to win. The community will be like, no, it's not. No, it's just pay for convenience. Like, if the consumers can't agree on it, why the fuck do you think you and a CEO of the company making it would have like the same opinion of what pay to win is? This guy says not pay to win to them. He's still pay to win to Western audiences for what it's worth. It's this. This is an old talking point, and I know this video's got into like a bit of a rant, but fuck it, why not? The idea that Korean games are pay to win and Western games are not pay to win is just fucking. It's old. Like, this is just not true anymore. Like,
something you needed?
If you can name, of the top 10 MMOs currently being played, if you can name one that isn't pay to win, I think the only one you can make the argument for is
right? Looks
that doesn't have almost any subjective like things you can buy that give you any kind of an advantage. Is probably Final Fantasy 14. I think that's like, from my knowledge, like Elder Scrolls Online, you can buy shit that gives you an advantage. WoW, you can buy gold, and then you can buy all the gear with the gold. Albion Online, you can buy gear and you can buy gold. Fucking Old School RuneScape, you can buy gold, you can buy gear. What else have we got? Guild Wars 2. There's like loads of convenient shit in the shop in that game. Don't know if you can buy gold because I haven't played it in so long, but actually you could trade gems for gold, right? And vice versa. You can buy gold in pretty much all of these games, like all MMOs. So this idea that like not pay to win. So funnily enough, the only fucking game that obviously there's going to be other games, don't get me wrong, but the only game that's probably in the top 10 that doesn't have any pay to win, and I haven't played Final Fantasy 14 in so long, so who knows, but to my knowledge, Final Fantasy 14 is a Japanese game, so it's not Western, and that's one of the only games that I can think of that's popular in the MMO space that doesn't have pay to win. So it's like, it's old and also wrong. This is also an interesting comment that I'll provide some pushback on. It seems like I just disagree completely with the MMORPG subreddit and everybody on it in most cases. It could be the best MMO ever made, but if it has shitty pay-to-win monetization, it will still fail. Incorrect. Box price with a few free months and then a sub is the only way to make a good MMO. Incorrect. Cosmetics are not the way to go either. Those should be earned. Mate, fucking get back in your DeLorean and go back to 1997 because this is just not... I agree, by the way. Box price, subscription, no cosmetics, my game. You know, my guy. It's 2025. Like, we do not have that, and we are not going to have that. There'll be an indie developer with 3 people shitting in a bucket in their mum's basement that comes out and has that. And you know how many people will play it? 50, right? And then it'll fail, or it'll go free to play and then start selling things, because there's no world in which a company, if you go into a fucking boardroom of a big company that has enough money and experience to make an MMO and say, right guys, I've got the plan, pour the tea out lads, let's have a conversation. My plan for our business going forward is we're going to make the hardest genre on the planet to make, and we're going to set the fucking ceiling of how much money we can make for this incredibly risky project, this incredibly risky business venture, by only selling subscriptions and box prices like it's fucking 2003. You're fired. You no longer have a job. Nobody's doing this. It's not something that is going to happen. You live in a fantasy world if you think it is. Is that the best way? Is that going to be the best game? There will be people that won't pay a sub that will say no. So there's no like treating this entire thing as if it's black and white, like, oh, sub is best, some people won't play sub. That's literally why free-to-play games started to exist. And then this other monetization model popped up, got popularized with MapleStory, microtransactions. Here we are, fucking 23 years later or whatever it's been. So, yeah, this is silly. It could be the best MMO ever made, and our shitty monetization will still fail. Objectively untrue. Black Desert Online makes billions of dollars, and that has shitty fucking wipe your ass bidet shower 5 times and you can still smell the shit. Shitty ass monetization. Pay to win is all fuck in most people's objective analysis of what an advantage would be that you're paying for to then win at something. And yet BDO makes billions of dollars. It's whether you say, oh, making money doesn't make something successful. Okay, in a business sense it does. But in terms of player perception, Video's popular. Like, the game's been popular, and is probably going to remain popular for, you know, however long they support the game for. It is an objective success. Didn't fail, so this is untrue. Box price with a few free months is the only way to make a good MMO. Good luck with that. If it has enhancement-based gearing, it won't last. It doesn't have, like, fails and your gear breaks and stuff like that, as far as I'm aware, so, you know, it's not RNG in that way. They've just basically, as far as I'm aware, passed off the RNG to, like, stats that you get on stuff, so kind of like playing an ARPG, I guess. Like, here we go, somebody just saying things that are just untrue, giving away that they're a fucking idiot. Let me ask a simple question. Did Arcade fail before it was a bad game? Or did it primarily fail because it was a poorly managed game? I'll ask another simple question. Which success stories have Kakao brought forward in their publishing career in the past decade?
Foggy.
The answer to these two questions will tell you how Chrono Odyssey will turn out. Kakao had nothing to do with Arcade for like the first 10 years of the game existing.
Anything I can help you with?
And it failed after like a year. So,
I'm sure you can.
Are you okay, brother? Are you all right? Arcade failed because the game had like a great foundation. They changed some things around that didn't work and added monetization at a time when the game was basically at its apex. And for a bunch of reasons, in combination with the pay to win, people stopped playing the game. And then they didn't come back because at that point it's tainted, right? You can look at New World. Once people are done with an MMO, they most likely don't come back unless it gets really, really good, and it just didn't. By the time Kakao took over in publishing the game,
everything looks good here.
Like,
I'll be at my
a decade had gone by. Irrelevant. You can't put Arcade's failures on Kakao. They took over XL Games after XL had already fucked the game. Video was mismanaged for sure. I put that more on PA than Kakao. Ultimately, Kakao has to do what the developers say as the publisher. PA pushed for pay to win and has been pushing for pay to win for a long time now. This idea that Kakao made video pay to win is hilarious. Again, it's third-party publishing. And if that was the case, as soon as Kakao was no longer partnered to publish the game from Pearl Abyss, surely the game would have removed all the pay-to-win stuff, right? Not just continue to add it and not taking it away. Common sense. Did Kakao make the game worse? Who fucking knows? Some people say BDO got more free-to-play friendly when Kakao was out of the picture. Yeah, they weren't kicking 30 to 50% of profits back to Kakao, so they could afford to probably make a little bit less money and give people a little bit more free stuff. So it looked positive PR-wise. Yeah, of course, right? But they didn't remove the pay-to-win. And then this guy who said the thing that's been upvoted, by the way, that's based on objectively just untrue statements that anyone who's followed this industry at all would know within 5 minutes, or Googled for fucking 30 seconds would know is just complete nonsense. He says, so it was Bluehole who killed Elian and not Kakao, right? Again, Elian, published by Kakao, don't employ a single fucking coder that put a line of code into the game because they're a publisher. Elian was in development for like 10 years on an engine that's 15 years old, and the game failed repeatedly, and they couldn't figure out. They literally 180'd the game development 6 months before the game came out. It was a fucking disaster. Kakao published the game. If you're going to say they made the game fail, you're delusional. Like, there's something wrong with you. Also, Kakao, who owns XL Games 10 years later, not just partners with XL Games. This guy doesn't understand how time works. He thinks because they bought the company now, they somehow made the game 10 whenever Arcade's released, like fucking 15 years ago or something. Because they
got eyes on your flyer.
Not just partners with XL Games.
Sending some high
Right. I guess it was XL Games who pushed for AAU to be paid to win and not buy to play like it had originally had been. Again, I'm bullying somebody that's disabled.
Copy that. 1 second. Unleashing hell in
Arcade Unchained was Gamigo, you fucking idiot. Like,
I killed something over there. That's fine.
Oh, it's so bad. It was Arcade Unchained was Gamigo. XL Games was purchased by Kakao after Arcade Unchained was in development. Here you go. 30 seconds of Google. Arcade Unchained released 15th of October 2019. XL Games, purchased by Kakao, 53% majority stake, February 11th, 2020.
Where the hell are you?
Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. I guess it was XL Games who pushed for AAU to be pay-to-play and not buy-to-play like it had originally had been. A buy-to-play structure first created by Gamigo, not XL Games, but XL Games told Kakao they wanted it to be different, right? Give your research, please. He's fucking done it, he's giving the dude the research, he's wrong objectively about the timeline of everything. Do your research, ... Motherfucker. This is why I was ready to trigger me. I've got to log off. I'm done. I'm going back to RuneScape. It's over. It's fucking over. That being said, guys, 30 minutes of totally unrelated content.
It was good. It was good.
On the subreddit. Chrono Odyssey looks cool. Will it be pay to win? Yes. Will it be fun? Who fucking knows? We'll play it.
You can hear it blowing shit up.
If it isn't, we will have no skin off our nose because it's a fucking free-to-play beta and there's going to be multiple of them. Will I play the game and show you me playing the game and talk about the game once the game comes out? If I get access, I don't think people at Kakao like me. Who would have thought why? And I think I lost contact with anyone I knew who worked at Kakao, so I guess I have to hope that I get like a random invitation or whatever. And if I don't, guess I won't be covering the game. I'll probably look.
I have no idea where that body went.
And
oh, there he is.
Thoughts and feelings on it, and whatever else. Hopefully, the cash shop is in the beta. It usually isn't. This is like a common business practice where they don't put it in, and then they surprise it. Of you like, oh, surprise, my dick's in your ass. But obviously, I'm hoping it is, so we can have like a real conversation about how this stuff's going to impact the game after we play the game and understand how the game works. That being said, thanks for watching the video. Hopefully you enjoyed. Go check out GamerSupps. They have loads of promos going on. I don't think I can talk about the one that's about to come up because they've told me not to. But you can use my link in the video description to get a discount. Anything you spend using my discount code gives you money off, and then it passes on some of the money that you spent to me as an affiliate thing. So that's cool. Thanks. Suggest content if you want to see me cover something, and I'll see you next time. Stay safe. Peace.
Earlier today, Stephen Miller let out a notice to ICE and Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol to 5x their apprehension numbers, by the way. This is the result of that. They want to 5x the number of apprehensions. And obviously because all of the actual criminal migrants anyway, LA's about to start getting lit on fire soon. Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people talking about this. LAPD is collaborating with ICE just outside of Ambient's factory. Another clear example of LAPD and the city of Los Angeles collaborating with ICE, proving that the sanctuary city was always bullshit. Mayor of LA Silence supports this. Apparently, Homeland Security and ICE is raiding a downtown Los Angeles warehouse right now. They locked the doors and holding the employees inside. What is this? Your boy Albrego turns out to be a real great guy. What happened? Did the federal government decide to slap him with some charges so they bring him back so they can say he's a real criminal just so they can deport him again? Is that what's going on? This is straight up Gestapo shit.
Yep.
Breaking the president of California's largest union has been detained during an ICE raid. The SEIU California president David Huerta injured, detained at ICE raid in Los Angeles. What the? Mayor Karen Bass says we will not stand for this. This morning we received reports of federal immigration enforcement actions in multiple locations in Los Angeles. The mayor of a proud city of immigrants who always contributes to the city in so many ways. I am deeply angered by what has taken place. Okay, why did the LAPD also do a perimeter outside of the ICE enforcement action? Like, you're the mayor, Mayor Karen Bass. You have control over your goons. That's crazy. Let's be clear, ICE injured and detained the president of the SEIU California for peacefully observing. ICE picked the wrong side, the wrong state, the wrong person, and the wrong union. David Huerta stood up, and 750,000 SEIU workers are standing with him. LA emergency protests from the Community Self-Defense Coalition stop deportations now. ICE has hundreds of members of our community kidnapped and is holding them in deportation. What the f is happening, bro? What the f? This is my backyard. Jesus Lord mercy. FBI riot team is out in the streets of Los Angeles and getting pushed out by community on the ground. I can't even go down there today because my live stream backpack got canceled. I can't film it rather if I go down there. can't live stream it. Man, I have to get it. I have to reopen the account. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Well, Carlos, as we continue to watch this with you, I'm noticing as you saw ATF agents, we saw those vans.
If I can't hear, it's because as you might imagine, we're connecting again. Can I think I can hear you now.
Okay, so Carlos, you mentioned ATF agents, but you also said
go down with your phone. Man, shut the up. You guys don't know anything. God damn, go down with your phone. You think I'd be able to film this with a phone? Are you stupid? Do you know how cooked the broadband is in a populated area like this? Chat, shut up.
Homeland Security, we saw ICE agents, you said, but they have mostly focused on just the one building ambiance, correct? And now as they leave, we're starting to see more tear gas. It looks like fireworks. So the crowd is continuing. The officers who are very methodically starting to leave the area.
Autopilot jump.
And it does sound like we're having a hard time communicating with Carlos. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to point out to here, our team there on the right and Carlos' shot are both live. But what we want to point out here is how these officers are now are very slowly moving. And you'll notice that some on the ground are trying to get the people to move out of the way. We have a piece of video that showed the vans as they were departing with some of the people that had been detained in those vans. And it was a very different scene. You can see that they've gotten the people.
Holy shit, this is madness, dude.
We're black bag abducting people in our country. We became Nazi Germany.
Especially where in LA is this? Is downtown Los Angeles. Downtown Los Angeles. This is a crazy place to do this.
We were the last country in the world that should have happened to. We were the last ones in the world that should have happened to. We fought the Nazis and beat them. Now we become them. We live long enough to become the fucking, you know, the
So not only
villain.
will the people of Los Angeles knock around with this, and they'll definitely get very, very mad about this, but also on top of that, like the state government and the local government is supposed to protect these people
In these vans, and as these officers, these authorities started to leave, it was a very strange sight to see, because they started to leave and there were people who were protesting, trying to keep these vans from getting out. And the video seen here is deeply troubling, because these officers, look, there's that person in front, and the officers did.
What the?
Stay on the sidewalk.
Earlier today, Stephen Miller let out a notice to ICE and Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol to 5x their apprehension numbers, by the way. This is the result of that. They want to 5x the number of apprehensions. And obviously because all of the actual criminals were already being prosecuted by the previous administration, as I told you, the only people that they can actually get are non-criminal migrants that are waiting for asylum. And another way to try and boost those and continue mass deportation is trying to have people with asylum cases that are already on the court docket come into the courts and then apprehend them at the hallways of the courts. Like, they bring people in and they're like, oh, here's your regular court-ordered date. And they go into the court, they talk to the judge, they walk outside, and they get apprehended. They're honeypotting people who are lawfully cooperating with the federal government. They did this with Mohsen Massaoui as well, if you remember, where he was a green card holder who went to a naturalization ceremony. So he wasn't even like an undocumented migrant and an asylum seeker with like the proper documentation for his application to be fulfilled, which again is legal. Just so you understand. Those people are legally working on U.S. soil. These are people that are, more often than not, legally working on U.S. soil. They have a court date. They're waiting for their documentation to clear. They're not like illegally crossing the border and then hiding from the authorities. These are people who are collaborating with the authorities and going through the lawful process of getting complete permanent legal status. In response to the claims of immigrants detained in the basement of a federal building in LA after their ICE check-in, a DHS spokesperson has issued the following statement. Those arrested had executable final orders of removal by an immigration judge and had not complied with that order. If you are in the country illegally and a judge has ordered you to be removed, that is precisely that will happen. During the Biden administration, thousands of illegal aliens, including violent criminals with final orders of removal, were on ATD and were allowed to roam our communities. This should never have been the case. Thanks to the leadership of Secretary Noel and President Trump, the proper policy is back in place. It's bullshit. ICE's ATD, Intensive Supervision Appearance Program, ISAP, exists to ensure compliance with release conditions. All illegal aliens are afforded due process. New, Ben Schrader, the former chief of the criminal division for the U.S. Attorney's Office in Nashville, resigned following the office's decision to seek an indictment against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News. This is the other side of the story that we're going to talk about. We are obviously going to have to wait for more details to come out, but this resignation really puts the administration's allegations in context. Based on the indictment, couldn't the drivers of the buses that Abbott hired to transport migrants be prosecuted since they drove people from Texas to New York? How was that not human trafficking? That was human trafficking. In downtown LA, a business owner has locked ICE inside the business. ICE came to search and are now trapped inside. The FBI has just arrived. Eggs are being thrown at the agents of vehicles. FBI's on screen. FBI's on scene. Things are calming down in LA. The owner locked the business to keep others from getting in because a riot was ensuing. ICE captured 20 people from this location. There's another 20 people. There's another where they took another 20. Crowds were not letting the agents leave, and ICE called FBI for backup. The crowd turned into a mob for a while. This is a fucking right-winger, by the way, covering this. So just understand why they're saying it like this. This is how they're framing it.
Listen, just one of you guys comment, I'll hit it.
Finally, the crowd was pushed back, the vehicles left, and the crowd dispersed. Rumors that these people are now going to protest at the federal courthouse. Maybe the crowd was illegal also, probably. This is a new level of insanity. We'll talk about the Kilmar Abrego Garcia situation as well, but I don't know how far this administration can take this. This happened in San Diego. ICE took people during business hours. I saw this. I thought people in San Diego actually pushed back the ICE agents, or was that in Minneapolis? There have been like immigrant enforcement actions taking place all around the country, and in some places people have, like citizens, documented natural-born U.S. citizens have been able to successfully push ICE out in some of the immigrant enforcement actions. Once again, these are dragnets, okay? This is not a legal immigrant enforcement action. This is a dragnet applied against as many fucking people as possible with no actual reason, no real like criminal complaint or anything like that. What in a lot of these circumstances, what these guys do, what the administration does, by their own admission, is to basically claim, or not claim, but like change the court dates of undocumented migrants, or rather not undocumented migrants, but like migrants that are waiting on their applications or their court dates, hoping that some of them will not actually arrive at that court date, hoping that some of them do not have constant contact with their immigration attorneys, and don't have like up-to-date information in general, so that when they are not properly informed of their court dates, because the court dates changed, for example, they can turn around and say, oh, they didn't show up, this means you're done. This means that you are now officially illegally on U.S. soil. And they do this so they can turn around and apprehend people. Remember, these are not people that are unwilling to cooperate with local law enforcement and federal agencies. These are actually the people that are cooperating with the federal agencies. Make no mistake. They are easier to apprehend. They are easier to apprehend. That's why the people, it's not done at the point of like, criminality. It's not done at the point of like severe and heinous violent crimes or anything. It's done at the point of convenience to the state. It is the most convenient people that you can apprehend. Those who are cooperating with the federal agencies, thinking that there is a rule of law, thinking that the rule of law is actually being followed, when clearly there is not a rule of law being followed here. And also, they're not too cowardly to go after the real criminals, okay? That's not true at all. It's just that the real criminals are already being gone after. They have been. This is why I kept saying over and over again, the notion that the Biden administration wasn't actually properly prosecuting people that have done crimes because they're undocumented was fucking insane. That's not real. That's not a real situation at all. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crimes per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. The increase in crime is greatly overstated, greatly overblown, sure. But even the marginal increase and then decrease in crime has nothing to do with waves of migration into the country. Okay? Here is Associate Professor of Public Policy at UVA, Baton, John B. Holbein, saying immigrants have had lower incarceration rates than the U.S. born for 150 years. Immigrant incarceration rates have declined since 1960. Immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated. This decline is a far broader divergence of outcomes between less educated immigrants and their U.S. born counterparts. There is, since the 60s...
I knew it. I was like, where is the loot room?
No. They're deporting people for tickets and shit, literally anything they can, not this year. There's never been a point where undocumented migrants have done more crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. Natural-born U.S. citizens are responsible for the overwhelming majority of crimes, and they are responsible for a higher share of crimes adjusted to their population numbers. Okay? This is the truth. This is the fucking truth. And when faced with that reality, the dumbest guy you know will turn around, because he's in this chat usually whenever I talk about this. The dumbest guy you know that's in this chat will turn around and say, well, crimes, and doing the crimes. Or when they realize that that's too stupid of an argument to make, considering that if that was the case, it would bear itself out in the fucking data, okay? Obviously, or the unsolved crimes. They'll be like, oh, what about the unsolved crimes? Like, they're all actually done by undocumented migrants. It's ridiculous. There is no reason to assume that the per capita density share would not resemble the solved crimes that have been cleared. But also, the last bastion of the last line of defense here is to just simply say, well, crossing the border is a crime. So is fucking jaywalking. You know? The guy that caught in Oregon as the head of the Sinaloa cartel operation that was the biggest fentanyl bust in history had been deported twice and re-entered. Deporting someone doesn't mean they won't come back. Well, there's that too, but these aren't fucking the head of the Sinaloa cartel. These are just like regular ass people that are awaiting their fucking court dates while they work. What's the argument for mass migration? His son. Who commits the most crimes per capita? Natural-born U.S. citizens do. American citizens do. Are you trying to say black people? Is that what your argument is going to be? Do you think the likelihood of someone committing crimes is born under material circumstances, or some other reason, like their culture or their racial? Got 'em? No, you didn't. You didn't get me at all. You're not listening to my words. Undocumented migrants, despite the fact that they actually comprise of a much poorer
the kids are like, got him.
From all around the world, by the way, many different demographics, many different ethnic backgrounds, still actually underperform on criminality as opposed to natural-born U.S. citizens who obviously have a higher likelihood to commit crime depending on their financial status. Also, this is still an idiotic fucking argument. The per capita argument on the other side is not an indication of criminality for this group. You don't say every man is a criminal when, 90+% of all violent crimes are committed by men. Okay? You don't say every white man is a pedophile rapist when the overwhelming majority of pedophile rapists are white men. So why is it that you turn around and you go, black people surely are committing more crime per capita? Yeah, perhaps the reality there is not necessarily that they commit the most crimes per capita, but they are over-policed, get longer sentences, and on top of that have the highest false arrest records per capita, which is actually the number that you're using. You're not looking at clearance rates. You're not looking at conviction rates. You're actually looking at arrest rates. Of course, a community that is over-policed will have more fucking arrests, partially because policing is very racist in this country. Ugh, I can't believe we're just like relitigating the dumbest fucking arguments over and over again. It's like every single fucking day as we devolve. I mean, isn't it better to go through the justice system if someone's committing these heinous crimes they're saying, not just deport them? Obviously, the overwhelming majority of these people being targeted are not criminals and it's just racism, but by even their own logic, deportation doesn't solve the problem? Yeah, of course not. But it's not even, this kind of enforcement is not done to stop crime, is my argument, is my point. This kind of enforcement is done specifically to engage in a white nativist, anti-immigrant propaganda operation. If that was the case, if they were actually apprehending fucking violent criminals that were previously left unapprehended as a consequence of their undocumented status in the previous woke administration, then there would be a shit ton more people that they would be apprehending and showcasing the criminality of. But they can't. That's why 90% of the fucking people that they sent to CCOT in the first batch of mass deportations had no criminal record whatsoever, or at most had like unpaid parking tickets. Okay? There were people that have been on U.S. soil for 15 plus years that literally had one trespass violation. That's the reason why they got fucking deported to CCOT. They got kidnapped and deported to CCOT, a slave labor colony. Think about how psychotic that is. That's how little we care about the humanity of brown people in this country, undocumented migrants in this country, that we will use their mass deportation as a
meme,
not like a real fucking reason, but instead just to do propaganda. It's that crazy. It's that little. There's that fucking little of value to the lives of all these fucking people.
Disrespectful Americans.
Incredible, dude.
Yeah. True.
Over the past few months, you may have seen a little of the stirring and conspiracies online regarding what's happening in southeastern New England. And it is something strange and disturbing. That's what a lot of people are calling it. That's me. I'm a lot of people.
7 bodies have been found around New England.
It's a serial killer in the New England area that's targeting mostly women.
Serial killer speculation.
Bodies of 2 men were found in these woods in Salem.
Human remains, mostly female, have been found in New Haven, Connecticut, Norwalk, Groton, Foster, Rhode Island, Framingham, Plymouth, and now Springfield.
Some of the bodies are unidentified remains. A serial killer might be striking in New England.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike. And here is something you've probably heard. There's a serial killer standing right behind you, which is technically possible if you're in a public area, but it's highly unlikely. But what is big in the news, horror, true crime circles lately, is the idea of an active serial killer right now in southeastern New England, from Norwalk in Connecticut to Framingham in Massachusetts. Be there, who knows? But what we do know is that, like, regardless of there being an actual serial killer or no, we're gonna get into it all, there have been a startling, prepare to be startled, folks, number of bodies, and I'm talking over 12 in 2 months. Are you startled yet? That is a lot of bodies to find in such a short space of time.
Well,
from March 2025 till now, till like late May 2025. It's a lot of death in this comparatively tight region. I mean, New England as a whole is huge, but this is just in one particular corridor of that region, and it's a lot of unsolved. So with a lack of answers, people are deducing their own as to who or what is responsible. According to the book Extreme Killing, written by 2 professors at Northeastern University, at any one time in the United States, there are approximately 50 active serial killers. Now, back in the 70s, that was almost 300, so ding ding. But I mean, 50? It's not great. It's not a great number. I mean, it's one for every state. So in this whole video, let's take a look at the possible Nesk New England serial killer. Does he even exist? Or she? Because, get this, is Taylor Swift a serial killer? Most definitely, allegedly. And we'll also take a look at the whole internet rumors, conspiracies, the whole thing. So let's give it a go. But before we get into all of that, we gotta talk about the big guy. The big guy. That's Daddy-O. Dad's great. My own dad is probably my hero, the person I look up to the most. And with Father's Day fast approaching, it's a good time to give back to the elf. My dad, maybe like a lot of yours, loves them more documentaries, them more podcasts. So what better gift to give him this Father's Day than that experience in crystal clear sound? I mean, his hearing's not getting any better. He deserves the best, the very best, and that is Raycon and Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are here to make your everyday just a little easier. Raycon, it's the perfect gift for your dad. Whatever he be doing. My dad, he's out in the garage, fixing up old cars. Your dad, doing whatever your dad does, listening to music, podcasts, that chapter, dare I say, and Raycons have it all. The best feature being the one where you can actually listen to what you want to listen to and it drowns out everything else. I'm talking, of course, about active noise cancellation. I always bring it up first. It's so good I didn't even realize I was on a plane. I thought I was still in bed. I don't even know where I'm going. And then, of course, Raycons have a hell of a lot of other features, of which big fan, personally, big fan. 32 hours of battery life. And when those 32 hours are up, 10 minutes of charge gets you 90 minutes of battery, baby. You are good to go again. But it also has incredible new features like active ergonomic design, and how about multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at the same time. And they all support wireless charging. Where we're going, we don't need wires. Dad doesn't either. And with all of that, can I shock you? They start at just half the price of other premium brands that have equal or worse features than our Raycons. And frankly, folks, none are as pretty. Look! Oh, don't look. I'll get jealous. Raycon made its name by providing premium audio products at great prices. No BS. Most audio devices are insanely overpriced these days, and Raycon is on a mission to change all of that. They don't outsource their design and development. It's all done in-house with their own team to make the highest quality earbuds. So why don't you get yourself and your dad
We need to get something to eat.
Today.
I'll be right back.
What? Tell them that chapter sent you. They'll hook you up. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/chapter to get 15% off site-wide. You heard me right. Click the link in the description box or go to buyraycon.com/thatchapter to get 15% off site-wide. Dad'll love him. And even if he doesn't, they have a 30-day money-back happiness guarantee, so you can't lose. Thank you so much to Raycon for supporting That Chapter. Please check him out. Now, let's give the story of the New England serial killer case and conspiracy a go. So to give you a sense of what's happening in New England right now, I want to go through each body found first, how it all began. And when it began was, depending on who you were attributing to the serial killer, it all began on March 6th, 2025. Norwalk sits in western Connecticut, and it was there that the body of 35-year-old Paige Fannin was found. Paige was from West Iceland, conducting a search for a missing person. Norwalk sits in 2020 Connecticut, and it was there that the body of 35-year-old Paige Fannin was found. Paige was from West Iceland on Long Island, where she worked as a hairdresser. Her body was found while police were conducting a search for a missing person. Her clothing was found along the banks of the river. While drones were scanning the heavily swelled Norwalk, she was spotted floating in the water. So far, it is inconclusive as to what caused her death. But it was that very same day, if you can believe it, March 6th, 2025, that about 180 miles away in Plymouth, Massachusetts, a second horrifying discovery was made. A person was just out in the woods looking for shedded deer antlers. As I said, this is Plymouth, Massachusetts, where the pilgrims parked up and said, "We live here now." This was in an area off South Street and Route 3, Pilgrim's Highway. In those woods, bordered to the south by the highway, the east South Street, and everywhere else by affluent homes, a skull was found. The skull was missing its jaw and appeared to have been there for some time. Beyond that, though, no further information has been released.
It's a sicko.
A little less than 2 weeks later, back in Connecticut, another body was found. Parts of a body. March 19th, this time in Groton, at the Colonel Ledyard Cemetery, right? The graveyard. Another, like, this story is just chock full of these incredibly disturbing discoveries. Right outside the graveyard, just to the entrance to it, a suitcase was spotted. A passerby had been seen it there for a little bit of time at this point. Like, he had noticed it more than once for going on for about a week. And a smell. Bad smell was coming from this suitcase parked in, like, the creepiest area possible. The smell was so gnarly that the local cops were called, check it out. And that's when they opened up the suitcase, and inside, a human torso had been stuffed into this suitcase just laying inside the cemetery.
Hey there, how's it going?
And this is the Colonel Ledyard Cemetery, and we're told that those remains were found adjacent to this Mitchell Street graveyard. Now, here's what we know so far. The City of Groton Police said that they received a 911 call Wednesday for a report of a suspicious item. When police searched the area, they discovered the human remains. There is no word on how long the remains are believed to have been there, or if this appears to be a recent death.
Just the torso. The victim was later identified as Suzanne Wormser, and the rest of her has yet to be found. Then it was the very next day, March 20th, and like the next city due west from Groton, New Haven, another discovery was made. The body of 59-year-old Denise Leary was found. Denise had been missing since the previous September. It was while clearing some brush behind a residential area north of the city, that was when her remains were discovered. She was in an advanced state of decay, and she appeared to have been there for some time. Then, a little less than a week later, March 26th, Foster, Rhode Island. Another body was found. A driver driving along the highway pulled over for some reason and made a discovery, stumbled across remains. Something that would later be identified as a woman's remains. She was soon identified as 56-year-old Michelle Romano of Warwick, about 30 miles from where she was found. She too had been missing since the previous August. The cause of her death remains unknown, but it's deemed suspicious. So you can imagine, right, at this point, that even the news sites started to report on the strangeness of so many bodies being found in such quick succession. An unusually high number. That's five bodies found in three-ish weeks? And not only that, there had been whispers and rumors of like strange and disturbing men being spotted in this corridor of southeastern New England, people being followed, reports of missing people, suspicious people, all in this like same geographic area. Police were saying, of course, as you can imagine, don't be so quick to jump to conclusions. But I mean, it was getting hard to just view all of this as a coincidence. I mean, here's a map, right, of like the area of southeastern New England. I drew this myself. Thanks. And so the first body was found here in Norwalk, the second body here in Plymouth, the third body here in Groton, then New Haven, then Foster. All in this like one stretch of road. It's almost like it's following the Amtrak, going down from Boston to New York. It was a lot in just 3 weeks, and these are only the bodies that were found. Stephen Gush was a hiker who frequented the trails around Groton. He went out for a hike on the trails between Groton and Mystic, March 29th, wearing a yellow jacket, blue shirt, light blue jeans, and brown boots. Since his disappearance, his car has been found, his phone has been found, but Stephen, he has never been seen since. Then came a very disturbing Facebook post, which really began to worry a lot of people. This was a few days after Stephen Gush vanished. Now we're into like early April. The man was hiking in Bluff Point State Park, once again near Groton, where a man has disappeared and a woman's remains were found. And while he was out hiking in that state park, he had a very, I'll read it out, but he had a very frightening experience. This experience, by the way, made the news. He did report this experience, to the police, but he also posted about it on Facebook just to, hey, keep an eye out. So I should have probably put this up here after it happened on Thursday, but I didn't know the right way to do it, especially with people missing right now and bodies being found. However, Thursday, April 3rd, around 11 a.m., I went on a hike at Bluff Point in Groton, Connecticut. I had some of my dad's ashes with me, and I was going to hike out to where his spot is. I was about 10 minutes from the car on the lower trail when I had a very uneasy feeling and a voice, my father's voice, telling me to turn around. I turned around and to my surprise saw a man about 50 feet behind me in a long hooded rain jacket, almost speed walking up to me. There was no one else out there at this time due to the rain. And at first I thought he could just be another hiker, but my intuition told me to stop and turn down by the water and watch to see what he does. He came up to where I was, about 5 feet from me at this point, and stopped suddenly and stared at me with the best way I can describe it, as he had no emotion on his face and very dark eyes. He then reached behind his back and pulled out a switchblade. Now I'm on flight or fight mode. At this point, I have a decently large rock in my right hand, ready to defend myself if need be. He stares and stares, says no words at all. I yell at him, and I quote, "I'm not the guy to f with, man." He shows no acknowledgement that I'm yelling this at him. I hear my dad telling me this guy is off, and to get your ass out of there. So as I'm backpedaling to head back on the trail, I see him start slowly turning and start to walk behind me. I walked a little faster, still every second or so watching his every move. I'm getting closer to where the porta potties are, and I look back, and this dude is nowhere to be found. I start speed walking, looking back, and now I can see him looking at me, walking parallel to me down by the water. I get out to the open parking lot, where there is now a truck and a van that were not there when I got there. And I make it to my car, get in, grab my son's baseball bat, and lock the door. I call the Groton police immediately and explain to them everything and give them a description of the man. I'm now driving out and I see the same guy literally appear out of the bushes. Cops told me they were sending a squad out immediately, but I didn't stick around to see what happened. This post is simply just a warning that something is off around here lately. This guy very easily could have done some bad things to me if I wasn't aware of my surroundings and my dad wasn't looking out for me. Description was, white male, mid-40s, low 50s, about 180 pounds or so, long dark rain jacket with hood and a pop-out switchblade, grey stubble beard and greyish short hair, dark eyes. My rock, or maybe the fact that I have a lot of built-up aggression, might have saved my ass here too. But be careful out there, especially hiking alone. I don't want to put this fella's name or picture out there, but if you see him, he doesn't look like a typical, serial killer's victim. He's like a big guy with a beard. In fact, he looks a lot, kind of same range as Stephen Gush, who went missing around the same time, not far away.
Deaths of human remains have been found around New England lately, including here in Connecticut. There are also reports of missing and suspicious people in the southeastern corner of our state. Some speculate it's all connected, but police say don't jump to conclusions just yet.
38-year-old Stephen Gush has been missing since March 29th. Town of Groton police and state police have spent countless hours searching.
We've conducted exhaustive searches, our own drone unit here. We've had detectives and officers out on foot.
Meanwhile, Groton City police are investigating human remains found at this cemetery on Mitchell Street March 19th. Remains were also recently found in New Haven and Foster, Rhode Island. There is also concern about a suspicious man at Bluff Point State Park. A man online says he was followed on the trails.
And after this man's disturbing experience while out alone in the woods, when people are going missing and when bodies are being found, the horrors would only continue. On April 9th, in the aptly named Killingley, Connecticut, more remains were found. Once again in the woods between a residential housing area and some old train tracks. This is only 10 miles from Foster, where, across the border, Michelle Romano had been found. The remains found in Killingley, unnamed individual, though by reports it is a middle-aged woman. Hard to say just how long they'd been there, though likely less than a year. The investigation into that case still ongoing. The very next day, another unnamed body found in Framingham, Massachusetts. It was April 10th. Firefighters were combating a brush fire close to the turnpike and uncovered skeletal remains. April 22nd, at around 8 a.m., a woman's body was found near a bike path in Springfield, Mass. Now, at this time, when she was found, it was called an unattended death investigation, which means that when they found her, she was still like alive, but she passed away, soon after. So at the time, they just unattended death. They didn't know what happened to her, but that was later changed to a homicide investigation. The victim, would later be named as 45-year-old Megan Meredith.
Maybe
2
it's
days later,
a duo.
25th,
Might be a duo.
a body was pulled from the Mill River. Body was later identified
A
as
duo working in
51-year-old
the same
Stonewall.
town.
April 27th, Rocky Hill,
Facebook
Connecticut,
person,
another
maybe?
body pulled from the river. This time, the remains were of 72-year-old Mary Colasanto, who had been missing for about a month at this stage. Then, May 14th, 2025, and this is when the case actually got the case got so much
Jalapeno
attention
stuffed
and,
sausage.
well, that's because the remains were found in Westerly, Rhode Island. Human remains, a leg bone, were found in the Watch Hill neighborhood. It's hard to tell exactly where they were found. Some reports seem to suggest that it washed up along the beach, but other reports say that the crime scene, scene of where they were found, were fields from the beach. But this one got a lot of attention because most news outlets ran with the headline, 12 bodies and Taylor Swift. The remains in Westerly were found pretty close to where Tay-Tay lives. And so, that's a good headline to use if you want to get attention. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, have you ever noticed that someone has been murdered in every city Taylor Swift has played a concert in?
It's a spot known for its $1 million
Because she's played every fucking city in the world.
Out of the ordinary for Westerly. But Wednesday morning, Westerly police made a chilling discovery. Investigators called to Everett Avenue just before 9:30 in the morning for reports of human remains. Police tell NBC 10 they found what appeared to be a human leg bone.
Probably a couple football fields away from Taylor Swift's house in the Ocean House. I would never expect anything like that.
It's the latest in a string of grim discoveries.
Now, there are more victims than just these. That's just like the 12 or 13 or whatever I just went through. But the rumors just kept growing and growing and growing.
Wow.
I mean, to look at it on a map, that is sort of, undisputedly a lot of bodies found in such a short space of time. I mean, we're talking, 2 months? Here, little over 2 months, and that's 12, 13 bodies. And this, I mean, from one side to the other, you're probably talking about, 180-ish miles, but that's a lot of bodies to be found even in just 180 miles. I mean, can you imagine if this was any other place? That's so many dead bodies to be found. So speculation at this point became just untethered. Everybody, they started including more and more people into this. Now, I'm just trying to stick with the ones who were kind of deemed most suspicious, but soon people started including the dog in the list of, serial killer, New England serial killer victims. And serial killer became the word on everybody's mind, and it still is. And while authorities were quick to suggest this was not the work of one person, they don't believe that the cases are linked. Authorities have said that before, and it's hard to believe that it's hard to think that at least, that some of them aren't linked. I mean, okay, maybe not all are the work of one person, but, I mean, that's even just in this small area, maybe the 4 victims found here were all done by one person. Having said that, the police are still investigating the majority of these cases.
Rumors of a New England serial killer are spiraling online. Several bodies have been discovered across the region, one after another. Police departments are insisting there is no connection, but the internet still isn't buying it.
There's a serial killer in the New England area that's targeting mostly women.
Serial killer speculation. Do you think there's a serial killer?
I think it's possible.
Fueling fear and fascination across New England.
I hear a lot of people talking about recognizing these patterns and the dangers of not seeing that these could possibly be connected.
But if you ask police,
there's nothing to lead us to believe that it's a serial killer.
Since March, 11 bodies have been recovered in Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts. All departments have denied connections between the cases, but that hasn't quieted the internet theories, particularly on this Facebook group with over 68,000 followers. Internet sleuths detail each death and map out any potential connection.
So first off, let me put on my captain's hat and say, I don't think there's a serial killer here. As you can probably tell, some of the victims we've gone through attributed maybe to the NESK, they're a little different.
I don't know, all the body parts the way that they were left, that does leave a signature.
From each other. They don't really match the serial killers.
Is the signature of a killer leaving those body parts lying around? That seems really weird. Like, when do you hear about body parts just being lying around, right? That's actually particularly illegal for a bunch of reasons. The main one is we have a bunch of corruption having to do with funeral homes that like don't do their jobs correctly and take your money. And like, so finding body parts is not common, doesn't really happen, and finding like 4 body parts in the space of 2 months in that little area and then 12 bodies sounds like a signature of a killer to me. And of course my mind runs towards the worst as usual. The victims, the way they looked, that looks like a signature too. The victims look similar.
MO. Serial killers will usually target the same type of person. Female, homeless, sex worker, age range, blondes, whatever. We have all sorts of victims in all sorts of situations here. Some of these human remains were found, parts of human remains were found out in the woods, and they'd likely been there for maybe a year, maybe more. Other times bodies were pulled from, at least 3 of the bodies were people pulled from the river. Other times the police never really said what happened. The woman Megan Meredith in Springfield.
Now, I think he's right in the now, because when I see the races of the victims all together, I'm like, no, I don't see a signature here.
Attacked and killed.
Almost always there's a reason, and it's usually sexism or racism or rape or theft. And if you don't see links of that in the victim chain, then it's probably random.
Right before the...
If it's like a black lady and then an old white man and then a young teenage girl and it's weird. Or like young lady, young like 24-year-old lady or whatever. That's not too good for argument for serial killer. Serial killers usually have like a target that they're looking for. And they stay in that theme for some reason. Something true about them. Only snipers are random. Like, we know that snipers like random targets, but they're like the only form of serial killer that will just shoot people randomly, like the bell tower sniper, right? Like in Texas A&M. Those guys are weird. They don't discern on targets, right? They're just trying to shoot their gun and kill a bunch of people, and they don't care who. But that's it. That's like the only time that we've recorded serial killers like having not having a pattern. And I don't see a pattern here. I see smoke, but which indicates fire. But the difference in the ages and the races, that's a little bit weirder.
Founder. All very different sorts of situations. And the geographic area, although it is sort of small, it's also very big for a serial killer. Now, some serial killers did do a lot of traveling. Ted Bundy, Israel Keys, they traveled America, murdering and killing, but usually a serial killer will stick to one area, one city, whatever. And in fact, some of the cases I went through that are getting lumped in with the New England serial killer have been deemed as not suspicious by the police, or in fact have been solved, and they have somebody behind bars, or they did have somebody behind bars. Suzanne Wormser, her torso was found in the suitcase outside of the graveyard in Groton, right?
That is a serial killer. That is a serial killer. Only serial killers act like that. Only serial killers leave a fucking torso in a fucking suitcase. That's serial killer shit. That is not like your random act of murder. Maybe they chop up the body and they put them in suitcases and somebody finds the suitcase where the torso is. That happens in gangland murders, but that doesn't sound like that. This sounds like somebody killed a lady. I can't believe they're doing a Duck Dynasty revival. And now I guess the parents have passed. That's crazy. No, I guess Cy's still alive. Cy's still alive. But Cy's the only one. All the rest... Look, Cy outlived all of them because he's the happiest, most fun one. I love Cy. Cy is fucking hilarious. He's a bit conservative, stick in the mud. but he is a hilariously happy man with his family and his life. And that's why he lived longer than all those other ones who were like kind of fat and unhappy a bit. They were happy, but they were like kind of fat and a little bit slow and stuff, and size skinny and happy. And look, he lasted all the rest of them. That's cool. You guys can't see this, can you? It's my television is why. I changed my HDMI by mistake. There we go. Well, sorry. So I was looking at a Duck Dynasty revival thing. And they're going to bring back Duck Dynasty, which is crazy. I like Duck Dynasty. That was a good show. Because it was just relentlessly happy the whole time. And the only other show that I can think of like that is Parks and Rec.
About the grisly discovery of human remains found in the city of Groton last month, and about the person.
Fuck, I lost my login.
Her roommate has already been arrested for her murder. He came out, licking his chops, happy as a pig in shite to confess to killing her. 68-year-old Donald Koffel was arrested and charged with her murder. I know, right? Doesn't look like he had it in him.
What kind of likeness is that?
Donald and Suzanne, they lived together, and allegedly, she stole about 200 bucks worth of crack from him, and so he...
Yeah, that'll do it.
He allegedly beat her to death with a baseball bat, kept her body in the apartment for about 10 days before dismembering her.
That sounds like a crackhead thing. Yeah, that's like a Michael Alec thing. That sounds reasonable. And not reasonable, but I mean, like, it sounds like it happened, you know?
Placed in a suitcase and left at the graveyard. A move one person on Reddit...
Oh, never mind. So he wasn't a serial killer. He was a rage killer. Never mind. So I was off. I figured serial killer there.
Referred to as not super cool. Not super cool indeed. The rest of her, he placed in trash bags, which were presumably, taken to the dump.
So it was kind of like a gangland murder, but just rage. It was like a rage kill because somebody stole his crack, which is just like, yeah. Which is what it's most likely to be. It's stuff like that is what it's most likely to be. It's most likely to be 12 cases of stuff like that. But my mind goes to serial killer when I hear torso in a fucking suitcase. Who the fuck does that? That crackhead? Even that surprises me. But the crackhead was more scared of going to jail and not being able to do crack than he was of like... You know, of like putting a torso in a fucking suitcase. What the fuck? People are so fucking weird. Yes, low. Yes, low. Go. I want you to start low now.
So yeah, definitely not chill, but there's a suspect arrested and charged with that case. Samuel Stovall. His body was pulled from the river. Samuel was a homeless fellow who lived in the area, and his death has been deemed as not suspicious. I mean, homeless and registered sex offender who was arrested and charged in 2001 with the rape and abuse of a child. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, yeah, once again, not super cool. Same with Mary Colasanto. She likely fell into the river. Michelle Romano's family have come out publicly and said she was not killed by a serial killer. A number of remains were out in the woods for so long that the cause of death has been undetermined. And in some cases, like in Denise Leary, the cause of death is still undetermined, but it's not deemed to be foul play. And although the bodies were found in, chop, quick succession, right, a startling number, over a dozen bodies found in like 2 months, the murders weren't all committed in 2 months. As I said, some of these human remains were out there for months and years. People do go missing, are found under unusual circumstances all the time. The fact that so many are happening in quick succession is strange, but there's no evidence they are linked together in any way. Geographically, this is still over 200 miles across. No method for killing has been established as a pattern, no victim type either. We have men and women, young and old. Some of these people we know ran away, others likely misadventured. But isn't it, the believers would say, isn't it just more interesting to think that there's a killer behind all of this?
It's too much smoke. There's a fire.
With true crime these days and seeing links where there are none.
No, it stinks of somebody being active. It does. It has the signs of a serial killer thing. It's fucking fucked up. Probably 3 or 4 of these deaths aren't related, but I bet like 7 or 8 of them are. And that's fucked up. And in a 2-month period, that means whoever it is escalating, which is fucked up.
Me saying your dog goes missing, your cat goes missing. It was the serial killer at it again.
Like this one map I came across on one of the many Facebook groups dedicated to this case, or this topic, cases, where they are attributing quite a lot of suspicious deaths and disappearances to the New England serial killer. You could call it a conspiracy theory, but I too like to think one person is responsible for all my problems, and I look forward to meeting them. And I will. In fact, in some of these Facebook groups, there are a couple of things going on that seem highly fucked up. The admin of one group posting this, right? Because the rumors and the speculation online about the Nesk, it's getting a little bit out of hand. New England serial killer messaging me saying he's the serial killer. It's most likely a sick joke, but this wouldn't be the first time a serial killer has reached out to authorities and people in the media because they love a cat and mouse game. I don't think your Facebook group counts as the media. Or here's another post. I'm looking for a group of people that want to remote view and find the serial killer. I need at least one person, up to 10. Low-key made an anonymous comment, but the serial killer is more than one person. It's giving married couple, woman and husband. Look at the locations, bro. Someone got married before all of these murders happened, and people keep trying to write conspiracy, saying the couple acts completely different. Nobody even knows who this couple is, but supposedly they're in charge of these murders. With keen insights like this, well, that's me convinced. Another job well done. Some are even publicly naming people they used to work with as the serial killer. Or is the serial killer in the room with us right now? Tee-hee. Now I know what some of you people are saying. Like, don't make fun of these people. Maybe they're right. Well, if you believe that, you're wrong too. Another separate Facebook group has even had people online, anonymous users, posting to these New England serial killer Facebook groups, posting, confessing to being this serial. You have people online dying dirty trolls, writing poems saying they are the serial killer. One person, right, posted anonymously this: beneath the ruin, beneath your feet, beneath the threshold where stone gives way to salt and memory, you've all been there, every last one of you. Walking, running, smiling, posing. There's a reason your shoes felt heavier. Let the ground keep its peace. It says nothing, but holds everything. 6 vertical shells beneath the sand, fixed in place. Heads tilted toward the tide. Jumping. They were loud ones. Now the ocean does the speaking. That's part of a poem that was submitted to one of these New England serial killer Facebook groups, allegedly confessing to murdering 6 people. Even in the comments, directly saying, let's get this part out of the way. I'm dying. Not tomorrow, maybe not this week, but soon. It's not a guess, it's a certainty. The doctors told me, and for once, I believe them. And no, I'm not here for forgiveness. This isn't a confession, it's a record. There are 6 of them. Young men, gone, buried the way I wanted. Vertical, aligned, facing the ocean. Not thrown away, not hidden. Placed, chosen.
This sounds like a fucking hoax.
Most of you have already walked over them.
It sounds like a bad episode of television because it is a fucking hoax. When they want to sound all evil like this, they're not plagued with inner demons. They're just some shithead who thinks it's funny to get kicks like this or whatever, right? Like kind of like the stream sniper or somebody trying to get crapulent kicks off of like scaring people and stuff. And you can tell because they don't talk about inner demon stuff. They just lay out like this thing that they want you to believe right away. They don't talk like Son of Sam about, oh, the dog won't stop barking and the fucking problems and, you know, the screaming and I this guy like pissed me off, so I did this or that, right? And like, you know, and they always sound crazy when they talk, and they want to and they want to sound like people who want to sound crazy. You can tell that they want to sound crazy. This guy wants to sound crazy, so I don't buy it, right? Immediately, I don't want to buy it because that's what he wants. This person wants you to believe that they've done something really horrible, but all they've done is said a sentence. And when you realize that how easy it would be to troll like this, you begin to realize that it's a fucking troll. If it looks like troll and it smells like troll, then it's fucking troll. Like, right, that's not a metaphor. You literally have families, teenagers with cameras, people walking the door. Some of you even said you felt strange standing there, like the air was heavier, the ground didn't feel right. You were correct, but you didn't stay long.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Nope, nope. It's all so. It's a kid. It's probably like a 14-year-old kid, and he's creepy, and he might escalate one day. But he's not ready yet, so he's here trolling you, trying to pretend he's a serial killer, because like this is the stuff that it's got an adolescent ring to it, of like somebody who's like 14 and doesn't understand how the world works, right? And it like I'm gonna social profile this as a 14-year-old.
Approaching Stargate.
It's a 14-year-old because only kids talk like this. Adults don't talk like this. It's somebody trying to sound adult. Placed, chosen. Most of you have already walked over them. It's all it's like bragging and stuff. That's not a metaphor. You literally have. You literally, right? That you can tell. You literally, and immediately you understand that it's a kid when you see you literally have, and it's like, no, this is a 14-year-old kid. Families, teenagers with cameras, people walking their dogs. Some of you even said you felt strange standing there, like the air was heavy or the ground didn't feel right. Nope, it comes across like fan fiction, and like a video game plot writing, because it's a 14-year-old regurgitating crappy television shows and like and video games and stuff. You were correct, but you didn't stay long enough, right? No, because there's it plays out exactly like a note written in a television show about murder and stuff, or like a mystery show, and that's the problem. It looks and sounds so much like a cheesy schlocky line from a fucking mystery television show that I don't buy it. I think it's a 14-year-old kid trolling.
You literally have. Holy moly, I hope whoever wrote this is...
Yeah, whoever wrote this is unhealthy, but they also don't sound like somebody who's escalated to me yet either. It's like a young juvenile male who has no idea how the world works, and I'm sorry, but I'm really good at this. I'm good at fucking sniffing out for something about the skill set that God or nature or whatever the fuck you want to call it, but whatever, for whatever reason, my mother's DNA or something like this, but I'm particularly good at detecting bullshit, and I get a really bad smell of bullshit here. It seems like bullshit. I don't like the word literally, and I'll tell you what, the word literally is juvenile. And whoever got like 6 of these 14 people or whatever it is, and I think I'm gonna knock like 8 of it off the number. I think this is a serial killer, but I think it's 6. But I think it's like six bodies so far in like 2 months, and that's a little bit more of an understandable number. It means that like every like fucking 5 to 10 days they go out again, and that actually does fit the serial killer mold. But like, this doesn't fit this. Remember, it was like a black lady and a young teenage Latina girl and an old black crackhead like an old black old black guy. He wasn't the crackhead. The crackhead is alive. He was the murderer. And they cleared. Oh no, what's that sound? Oh, okay, just scared me. Oh, did I lose progress? Fuck, I think I was like selling stuff and I lost progress. I don't know. Yeah, this is the resources. There's nothing left in there. We're gonna. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to all and make sure that I don't have any contraband. Is the main thing. Oh, nice, good money.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm selling that guy. I don't like Rendell's. That might be a really fucking good... It's got like a power boost pack, and I'm kind of curious to try it. Like, I wonder what boost packs at this level are like, so let's see. No, it's too much work, and I know I'm just going to wear the chest again, so... But what I can do is put helmets in boxes. Helmets are funny.
Approaching Stargate.
I want boxes of helmets fucking everywhere. Fucking everywhere. Because the resources don't matter. So I'm going to fill this fucking ship with boxes of helmets. Because I think it's funny. It's like the heads of my enemy. It's fucked up. But I mean, I would never do this in real life. But it's fun to do it in a video game. Like live like fucking Vlad the Slayer or whatever. And fill boxes of heads in your fucking shit. Like your spaceship and stuff. Anyways, so I need lots and lots of helmet boxes. Yes. Just give me helmet boxes, as many as you can give me. Yeah. Helmet boxes, homie. Give me lots of them. Yeah. Oh, I'm out. Structural. Can I buy structural stuff from you? I probably can. That's one of the things you do sell. Structural. There you are. Yeah, give me 80 structural. That sounds good. Oops. Helmet display. I like this RP. I'm gonna fix up like a whole bunch of ships and stuff slowly, one by one, and fill them with stuff like this. I'm gonna make the boxes like a little bit like odder in their placement, so it looks like helmets like looking different ways and stuff. Oh, I'm missing aluminum. Do you sell it? Of course you don't. That's probably the one thing you don't sell in this fucking vendor. So annoying. So annoying. I hate aluminum. I hate it. Take me back to stupid Atlantis. Or I'm sorry, Jemison. We'll go buy aluminum so I can put helmets in my damn spaceship like a real person. I guess I didn't clear all of the contraband, I guess. Oh no, it's probably in the ship hold is what it is. Yeah, sell from the Warhammer and show me all. Somewhere in here is probably... Oh no, it wasn't the ship, no. No, it wasn't the ship, so what is this, I guess? Let's go sell.
This is a better killer than Ryder, because this sucks balls.
Hey, this guy even agreed with me. Now that I did not expect. I thought this guy was gonna run off and be like, no, if this is it, it's like not connected or something. But I can't believe he agreed with me and is like, this is a bad writer.
Now it's some very poorly.
Families, teenagers with cameras, people walking their dogs.
Wrote this is a better killer than Ryder, because this sucks balls.
It does.
Now it's some very poorly written fan fiction of someone who wants people to believe that they are the serial killer.
Hey, we concur. That's good. That's good. He's a smart kid. Smart kid. I like him. He's got the autistic eyes. You can see it. We love those eyes. It means a really high IQ. And this kid, yeah, you can tell from the books. He's written stuff about Salem witch trials and such. The Dracula. He's an actual like reader.
It's actually more.
Cursed Objects. I wonder if that's good. What's that? What is that Cursed Objects book? Cursed Objects book, right? What'd you do? You're fucking stupid. Try again. Cursed Objects book. Strange but true stories of the world's most infamous items. Oh, cool. I like this, and I'm going to buy it. I'm going to get 2 copies. Annabelle the doll, Raggedy Ann doll that featured in the horror franchise The Conjuring. The Unlucky Mummy, which is rumored to have sunk the Titanic and kickstarted World War I. Yeah, the Dybbuk box. Yeah, which was sold on eBay and spawned the horror film The Possession. I've heard of the Dybbuk box, yeah. The Conjured Chest, which has been blamed for 15 deaths within a single family. The Ring of Sylvanus, a Roman artifact believed to inspire J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. Yeah, the Ring of Sylvanus, the Ring of the Nibelungen. Yeah, the Ring of the Nibelungen is fucking weird, and many more. Cool. This is cool, and I'm going to buy 2 copies of this and give one to my stepfather because I think he would like this. I didn't know what to get him, but I wanted to get something a little bit more personal than this. I don't see this fucking contraband. Like, at all. It's not here. I'm going through the whole thing. I'm not going that fast. See, I don't see contraband in this fucking list. There should be a yellow box in one of these things. I'm going through the whole fucking list and I'm finding a bug. In that it thinks I have contraband, but I don't. And it's fucking so annoying. This is one of the problems that made me quit the game in the first place. Because I was like, I am so sick of getting busted. No, there it is. Mech components. I don't know how I missed that. How did I miss that? There we go. It must just be because the list is long, whatever. I need aluminum, damn it. Am I in Jemison? No, because you didn't leave. I wish there was like an auto go home button. Really bad. Like go back to base button. Press P to just warp back home to your main base. You know, why didn't you do that? You're fucking stupid. Goddamn bad developers. I'm not going to Cheyenne. I'm going to Alpha Centauri. It's dumb that you can't go to a particular place. It's so annoying. This is the furthest I've gone in Starfield. It's good. Oh, I should go by scrolls now, I suppose.
The city certainly projects a powerful image for the United Colonies, eh?
It does. I want the colonies to unite. We could have something really great like this where all the flags are represented for all the countries and everything. Look how beautiful it actually is if these were all countries' flags in the colonies. Like Australia, Britain, America, Canada, Mexico. It would be really fucking cool. Now, Mexico, the only reason I want to include them is they're in the Native American continent and you know, they do a lot of business with us, and I love the Mexicans, whatever. I think they would be an honored, fucking beautiful get for the United Colonies, but they are not a colony of, you know, Britain. So maybe they go with Spain. I don't know. But I want to offer. And, like, you know, and I could see, I mean, I don't run this bitch, but I wish I did. Because, like, you know, I want to fix humanity, and I think you can see solutions to all of our problems and stuff like these video games. It's kind of funny. Whoever made this really wanted to make a statement about how cool it would be if the colonies were united, and that statement is not lost on me. It is actually a very good statement. I do agree with it. We must unite, or I mean, BRICS isn't gonna fuck us up. They're just going to outdo us. They're going to like dominate us in the world stage. They won't fight us, I don't think. At least I hope not. But like they definitely will. Like, yeah, I doubt they'll fight us. That's probably counterproductive to them. But they're definitely stronger than us, and we must compete. It's stupid. Take me to the local. I'm going to UC Dist. Yeah. I don't actually like Andreja's voice actress. Her voice annoys me. It sounds like her, like it sounds like she's trying to have a dulcet tone when she doesn't actually have one. And I don't like it. Like it sounds like I don't know, maybe it's just me. It might be me. I don't know.
Than like victims who have never been.
I like the character. The character is well written, but the fucking voice is annoying. What the hell is that sound? Oh, it's security.
I'm on text.
Wait, where's the? I've never seen a security bot before. That's interesting. Oh, it's a mop bot.
Please, if you experience any issues in your dealings with it, welcome to UC District. I hope we have what you need.
I don't like the mag sniper. I don't want to use them. They're fucking weak and they suck. Snipers in this game are fucking weak. Older pistol. Exterminator refined older pistol. Might be really good. Let's see.
Back to it then.
Point that thing at me.
I like this gun though. I think I want to use it. Maybe more than the mag shot. The mag shot sucks. We'll mod this 45. Maybe I can get a nice scope for it. Maybe I should buy out all of her resources, I guess. I don't know. And I'll use it to mod this gun. Or no, I probably can mod. I don't know. I don't actually know. Yeah, I don't like... Getting late. Refined drum beat. I'm looking for this guy. It's a high-rated pistol. It's good.
Service with
Welcome to UC District.
That's the UC way.
Oh, well.
I wonder if it's good. It looks cool. It's not good compared to, like... Like, that one's good. But it's not good enough. Let's get your resources. Oh, I'm gonna turn this fan off because it's cold enough. There we go. I think I'll shut my door too. I love Saturday night gaming. So fun. Oh yeah. Packs. Nope. Specs. Where are you? Throwables, apparel. Oh, you will get less than the item is worth? Oh. Maybe I should reload. I don't think I think I actually wasted a bunch of money here, I guess. Oops.
Do something else.
I think I want the autosave, yeah.
6 of the ones I went through. It's pretty comical how big of an edgelord you'd have to be to write this. It's almost like you're, it's almost like you're doing a bit, but it's like, damn, you're a loser. But I mean, it was obvious this wasn't real, so you do you. Go off, Queen. But this was obviously highly disturbing to a lot of people, not to mention, people who would be related to the actual victims in this case. people got very heated when the alleged serial killer was posting to the group. One person even responded to this serial killer on Facebook. Yeah, it's an unintentionally hilarious post. To the anonymous poster essentially claiming to be a serial killer and posting what amounts to a confession to 6 killings, I say this. If you were as good as you claim to be at disappearing people, you should have no trouble finding me and handling business. I'm calling you out directly, because quite frankly, I think you're full of shit. Do you accept the challenge? Huh? Do you? Fight me, says probably divorced man. That poem, by the way, that serial killer on Facebook, it did actually have some real world consequences by essentially wasting police time, because so the first people figured it out, they cracked the case. The first letter of every stanza in the poem pointed to a specific place, Black Point in Narragansett. They forwarded this information to the police. The police then were like, okay, well, you have to do something. I don't want to be the guy who said they didn't do something. Police went out to this beach in Narragansett with canines and found
nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
A detective post on social media led Narragansett police to search part of Scarborough Beach for a body. According to Narragansett police, they learned of a Facebook post last week alluding to a serial killer burying bodies along Scarborough Beach. The person who posted it later said it was part of a fictional book they were writing for detectives, kept in May, using 2 cadaver dogs to search for any potential clues. Police confirmed Thursday that nothing was found.
Can't wait for that book. Imagine it's going to be absolute shite. You got all sorts of weird rumors. People are really getting off on this online, saying it's a truck driver, which is possible. It's a postal worker. It's a father and son duo. It's Tom Brady. Who knows who could be? Could be you. So it's unlikely there's a serial killer, and this is just online shite speculation, just blown out of proportion and leaking into the real world media. But an associate professor at Western New England University had this to say. I will agree it definitely seems a bit odd and coincidental just because of the nature of this, since I know a lot of the investigations haven't been fully completed. When you're talking about homicides, usually it's people who know each other. It's not random. There's not an effort to hide evidence to dispose of remains. So the fact that these people are being located throughout the region isn't normal. Hasty assumptions in topics and cases like these should be avoided. But how about we don't do that? Let's say there is a serial killer in southeastern New England. Holy shit. Police are downplaying it because of course they are. They're still investigating. They don't know how many of the victims died. And they just don't want people to freak out. I mean, remember the Long Island serial killer. Okay, they finally got him, Rex Heuermann, back in 2023, and he's yet to go on trial. But those murders happened over a decade ago. They were old murders. And the police kind of effed up that case a lot. They made a dog's bollocks of the case. They made it a dog's dinner, right? They could have caught Rex Heuermann a long time before. The man with the lovely wig, he looks great. He should have been caught much earlier, and he wasn't. So what if you have a similar case here now in New England? Police don't want people attributing all of this to one person. Or they don't want the rumor mill, they don't want people freaking out that there is somebody going around killing people. So they're treating all of these cases as separate and putting some of them down to misadventure, Shit happens. No serial killer here, folks, nothing to see here. They are blaming all sorts because they do not want to face the facts. A number of the victims did suffer from mental health illnesses, as has been reported in the news media. It's believed Paige Fannin did, as did Denise Leary. So when that kind of gets lumped in there, well, you're thinking, okay, these people, maybe they did something to themselves or something just happened to them. But people with mental health illnesses still get murdered. In fact, statistically, people who suffer from mental health illnesses are more likely to be murdered. And, big dog, remember how I said the murder of Suzanne Wormser, it's been solved, right? Donald Koffel, he confessed to it. He said he beat her to death with a baseball bat, chopped her up, dumped her remains, dumped her torso in a suitcase left her outside the graveyard. Well, Donald isn't going to be serving much time. Not in this life, because he is dead. He was suffering from pancreatic cancer and was basically hospitalized as soon as he killed her. Before the police caught up with him, police were interviewing him in hospital. And just recently, he passed away from the cancer he was dying from. That was May 9th, which kind of is just adding more fuel to the fire of there being some kind of cover-up and conspiracy here. Because people who have are suffering from pancreatic cancer, moving around is extremely hard. It's extremely painful, and you can even see pictures of him. He looks like he's, you know, halfway out the door already. Does he seem like somebody who is capable of beating somebody to death with a baseball bat, chopping them up with a saw, and then dumping the remains around the city of Groton, and then whoopsie daisy, he just dies? If you're of the conspiratorial minded, maybe he didn't do it. Maybe he was taking the rap for someone else. Police would say, oh, you know, these murders happen in separate jurisdictions, separate states, there's no, you know, geographic linking to them all. So therefore they're likely not connected. But I mean, I'm not sure if serial killers really give much of a shit about jurisdictions and borders and arbitrary lines on maps. I don't think serial killers care, much like animals and wolves don't care about the lines on a map. New England as a region, very, very big, goes way up that way and way up that way, but this region, pretty small for all of these murders to have happened. Murders, oh, well, okay, some of them were murders at least. We can agree on that. So these cases occurred in Massachusetts, Rhode
I forgot
Island,
to turn on hardcore.
across 3 different states. But if you moved...
No, I haven't died, so I think I
about
can
2,000
still
miles.
turn it on. Yeah, I don't think I've died yet, so I think I can still turn it on. But if you die, I don't think you can turn it on. It's kind of interesting. So let's go see. It might be too late. I might have to start this character all over again. Which is just insane. I don't know. And I forgot to turn on hardcore. I'm like, what's wrong with this picture? I thought I did turn on hardcore in this character, but no, I didn't get around to it. I went out and started leveling first. Which is fine if you don't die. If you die, I think it's over. You can't hardcore, right? I think so. I think that's how it actually works. Like, you can always turn on hardcore. Maybe it's too late. Maybe you have to be level 1. I might have fucked this up, and I might have to delete this fucking character. I really don't know. Maybe a level 5 you can turn it on. I don't know. We'll go see. I hope they've done this correctly.
As due that way, but keeping them the same distance apart from each other. If I'm losing you at this point, stay with me because that's what the killer wants. If somebody said to you in about 2 months they have found 12 plus bodies,
Hey, there's
in
2. Oh,
Idaho,
cool! You can do a
all
different
in this
helmets
region of
this way.
Idaho,
You can.
wow, that's a lot of bodies in one state. You know what I mean? Like, if you could move this geographically somewhere else, where it's in one place, not multiple, you'd probably be saying, well, there's a serial killer there for sure. I'm gonna say, folks, shit's wild. Perhaps this killer, who maybe doesn't exist, has been active for a while, maybe over a year. Maybe they had, you know, one of them cooling off periods before they were ready to strike again. So if we're discounting to people, say, found in water, because that's sort of a different MO, what about the people who, you know, only remains were found? What if it's one serial killer driving these highways, because bodies were found on both sides of the highway, killing people, chopping them up, and then dumping their remains around the place? Maybe that's why a skull was found in Plymouth near affluent housing, because that's going to get news.
This is going to be hilarious.
They just want attention. That's why remains were found near Taylor Swift's house, because they knew that would get news media and attention to their serial killer. Maybe they were attacking Megan Meredith in Springfield in the morning, and they were interrupted before they could, you know, kill her. What I will say, to be somewhat lucid, and I'll take off my hat now, is that I don't think all of the victims were done by one person. I simply don't. I don't think the people found in the water were victims of a serial killer. But I do think that it's highly likely at least some of them are linked. Perhaps there's one serial killer who maybe killed 5 of the 12. Perhaps there's multiple serial killers who killed multiple people. This is an ongoing case with so many theories, so much bullshit, so much misinformation. I mean, I guess the lesson is you shouldn't believe everything you read or hear online, no matter how insanely convincing it appears. But that doesn't, you know, the fact remains that a lot of people have been murdered. And we don't know why or by whom. So is there an actual serial killer active in New England right now? Probably not. Or at least most of these cases don't seem connected. As I said at the start, criminology experts believe there are 50 active at any one time. So it's highly possible there is a serial killer serial killing somewhere. There could be a serial killer there, just because all of them aren't linked. That doesn't mean that none of them are linked. But ultimately, each of these cases are incredibly sad. Real family are left reeling and devastated right now, and trying to connect each individual tragedy to a wider conspiracy can be upsetting for those that want. Having said that, humans are designed to see patterns. Evolutionarily, we're just designed to, you know, see patterns sometimes where there are no patterns. How many little rituals and charms do we all have? So, you know, you see a lot of victims pop up, well, you're thinking they must all be connected. in such a short time? Gotta be one guy.
It's so we can see tigers in the
Almost
trees.
all of the victims were people who
It's not
were
because we
on the
need it.
margins of society. Homeless
Missing
people,
I'm out of
mental health
aluminum
issues,
again.
People with their own
God damn it.
difficulties. Paige Fannin, very kind and loving person, had her own battles. Suzanne Wormser, she was involved with drugs. Denise Leary, she also had her own mental health issues. She had locked herself in her bedroom for a couple of days and escaped out the bedroom window. They didn't even know that Denise Leary was missing until they finally broke down the door. The unnamed remains found in Framingham, Mass, they were near homeless encampment. Samuel Stovall, he was homeless and he likely slipped into the river. People with mental health illnesses are more likely to be victims of homicide, but they are also more likely to be victims of misadventure. The rumors, the online posts, the speculation, the conspiracy, it's just that. And some people who, ingest a lot of true crime and TV shows, CSI, NCIS, some of these people who do that, they do start to think to themselves, why, yes, I'm a behavioral psychologist, actually. I mean, I make these horror true crime videos. I'd be a shite detective. This is very similar to the Lady Bird Lake case I covered about a year ago, which we still don't know, is that accidental or is somebody pushing people? By the way, bodies are still popping up in Lady Bird Lake in Austin, so that's still going on with no obvious answer. Nesk is probably going to be like that. There is no obvious answer to what is happening here. Imagine if it was the same killer in New England and in Austin. That'd be mad, wouldn't it?
I'm done with the conjecture. We're done.
The official Chivalry Medieval Warfare servers shut down.
So that chapter was good, though. I liked his stuff.
Which we still don't know.
Thank you, that chapter. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you, Hassan. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Warfare servers shut down. Earlier today, Stephen Miller
Hassan, Hobby
let out a
Archive.
notice.
Thank you, Wicked
The official
Wiz.
Chivalry
I'd like to
Medieval
sub to your
Warfare
channel.
servers shut down in April 2024. Mordhau had its golden age before it descended into a place where role-playing as a French dwarf became a viable strategy to survive as a new player.
What have I done to deserve this from you, huh?
Mirage Arcane Warfare took its name to heart, and now Chivalry 2 stands atop Regicide as its Arcane Warfare took its name to heart, and now Chivalry 2 stands atop Regicide as its last major update, with No More Room in Hell 2 looking like a good excuse to make Chivalry the third. PvP melee slashers, games that mysteriously break your monitor because you got 360 pan scoped. The multiplayer FPS space for the longest of time has primarily been about first-person shooters, glorified archery, but what about first-person swords? Well, Chivalry Medieval Warfare was the answer that I and many others found to that question all the way back in 2012. With barely a dent of experience compared to the legends of that time, many fond memories, funny moments, and, to be honest, salt came from this game. Originally, this video was going to be a nostalgia piece just for this. But then I started to notice some annoyingly similar issues in Mordhau that could have been avoided. Then I began to recognize old habits that re-emerged and burnt those who stayed loyal to Chivalry 2. Habits that have the potential to pass over to a completely different game that is the manifestation of I kid you not, near 14-year prophecy. These aren't necessarily terrible games, and each one has a special place in my heart, but I can't help but notice that the ball was dropped quite consistently. And with a new wave of games coming to this genre, I feel like it's worth doing a retrospective. This isn't just what went wrong with Medieval Warfare. This is what went wrong with PvP melee slashers. And I'm Wicked Wiz, being a man of my word, standing here, about to get wrecked. This is the rough timeline of releases and relevant games involved in this retrospective. About 20 years, and each game has their own history that spans many rabbit holes, some that go quite deep. Just to give you an idea, one guy made a 4-hour-long video essay covering mostly community drama and issues within Chivalry 2. Someone else made an hour's worth analysis on Mirage Arcane Warfare, both great videos that deserve way more views. So I'm going to set the bar here as more of an overview, a bit of a starting point, but even with that as a scope, there's a lot to go through. If I were to hypothetically, theoretically destabilize the economy in Oblivion with an Oblivion sword, one could call that a bit of a hack and slash situation, but there's not that much to it besides just swinging your weapon in a repetitive loop while holding block every now and then. With games like this, the weapon model itself doesn't really define when or where the damage is applied. Just aim, play animation in the general direction of enemy, and win. Warband is a notable step away from this with its directional combat system, where manipulating the journey of your attack and defense matters. It's a melee slasher, but generally speaking, most games back in the day with a focus
on Melee weren't so much geared towards directional combat. And while it's not a requirement for a Melee game to be fun, the need for something more immersive was very much there. And that's where Chivalry Medieval Warfare is different, because weapons have real-time tracing. What that means is that any given blade or bonk has a lethal point of contact and an active hitbox approximating the model's dimensions that trace a line during the attack animation. Basically, the path of your weapon counts and the path ends when it makes contact with any given body part. Damage is then applied, and if well placed, you get a nice slice. Additionally, as a multiplayer experience, the player rig is the same in first and third person, so what you see in first person is pretty much what everyone else sees. Because damage is only applied when the weapon makes contact, manipulation of the weapon's journey can add a whole new level to combat. Turn in to accelerate an attack. Turn away to drag it out and delay. Then die by archer. It's Chivalry Medieval Warfare that pioneered this simple but effective combat system. In this game specifically, there are only 3 attacks: swing, stab, and overheads. Well, actually 4 if you include kicks that can disrupt the enemy, but pair that in with temporarily held parries and the ability to feint to cancel your attacks. Then you have what is known as psychological warfare, or just a combat system within a multiplayer setting that has a large skill curve. Brutally punishing, yet satisfyingly rewarding. There have always been medieval fantasy style games out there, each with their own unique selling point, but it's hard to express just how special this one was. It had the grit of the era it was trying to emulate. It had a serious tone to it, and in contrast, a natural slapstick comedy that was hard to rival. But this game isn't where the story truly began. No, because like all good things in life, this was just the evolution of a Half-Life 2 mod known as Age of Chivalry. About 20 years ago, in 2005, not too long after the release of Half-Life 2, a game I'm not going to spend 15 minutes explaining, Age of Chivalry began its development. It was pioneered by co-founders Rykard Lindgren, Jeff Simmons, and Scott Chipman. In a nutshell, it provided a similar answer to what Medieval Warfare did later, but of course with heightened limitations. For a 2000s medieval-themed PvP mod, it's really impressive. There are a bunch of unique maps to explore, each with their own objectives to keep fights focused. I mean, with this being a mod, if you wanted to, you can just fight in Helm's Deep. There are also multiple classes to master, each with their own unique flair, and looking at it, it's hard not to forget that this is a mod. Interestingly enough, the concept of dragging your weapon to hit multiple targets or manipulate attacks was also a thing back then. Although due to a lack of any dedicated animators at the time, animations were placeholder, and additionally, the trace lines were manually drawn rather than generated during the animation. But either way, they clearly found a gap in the market, as they achieved over 3,000 players within the first few days, and although they didn't really see any real peak till much later, it was clear that people wanted something like this. There's this interesting post titled 32 Maps Released and a Reflection on Age of Chivalry, published in November of 2010 by Tiberius Bain, aka Steve Piggott, who later became the lead game designer at Tornado Studios. It's a long but interesting read about what went right, what went wrong, and the lessons learned before making their own standalone game, with also a bit of unfortunate foreshadowing. If all else fails, you could just add zombies, as that technique seems equally effective, is a comment I didn't expect to echo through time. But to get to the point, the TLDR of this retrospective is that they learned from the struggles of making patches post-launch.
I wish they would. I wish, like, that's what's so good about...
to basically avoid flames in the forum. They learned that the new player experience is crucial to
like, that's what's so good about Mortal, is it's got zombies and they're fun to fight. They don't pay a lot, but they're fun to fight.
Right to sustain growth. As cool as this mod was, it wasn't that easy to get into, because by extension, another lesson learned is that players can get good at your game and will naturally create their own meta. One thing all developers will discover is that you don't truly know how broken your game is till someone starts playing it. Something they knew well, that will remain a consistent design philosophy, is the idea of including features that add value to the experience without impact on the actual gameplay. Candy is what they call it, and jibs is basically what they're talking about. It's the little stuff in the game that gets people talking. This was a well-respected retrospective, and something honestly rare to see in this day and age when it comes to developers owning up to their own mistakes. And it won't be their last either. Chivalry Battle for Agatha was announced in May 2010 as a standalone game carrying on from Age of Chivalry. The project was later renamed to Chivalry Medieval Warfare, along with a rebrand of the company from Team Chivalry to Torn Banner Studios in February 2011. Working on Unreal Engine 3 naturally freed it from the limitations that came with modding. As already seen, the real-time tracing combat system was a unique selling point that drew many people in, as if the overall concept wasn't enough. This time, there are only 4 classes to choose from to keep things simple: the Knight, Vanguard, Man-at-Arms, and Archer. Each class has their own inherent perks and weaknesses. Like, for example, the Knight is quite slow but very tanky. The Vanguard is a bit faster and usually uses longer weapons. The Man-at-Arms is a bit more close range and fast. And the Archer be arching. With each class, there are a whole bunch.
Fuck! I didn't get hardcore, and then I leveled, and now I have to fucking delete the character. Son of a bitch. And I did all this work, like in flower pots and all this stuff. I've got to send it all back to the goddamn alt and delete this character.
Bunch of different weapons to unlock, and this time there are larger maps for large.
Forgot to go to the NPC. Son of a bitch.
So they checked the cargo. Too bad I can't.
Word is the Borealis. Yeah, the DJ? Well, she's moping around because she lost something important.
Ah, Neon. 18th century overload.
Ryujin is hiring the best brightest today for our future talent. Submit your application now at the nearest.
I'm not sure if those items serve this, or like separated from their home planet.
Larger battles, along with siege equipment like the ballista and what I like to call the Send Me Home catapult. Movement was also fine-tuned to a better standard that complemented the more optimized and immersive combat system. Before release, they set up a Kickstarter in order to get some funding for the project, with the goal to reach over 50k, of which they surpassed, sitting at about 86, close enough to their stretch goal of customizable emblems, that they definitely had more than enough money to implement later on. I remember missing out on the Kickstarter, and $25 for a copy or $50 for beta access included felt fair enough for what was promised. Either way, upon release, this was a sight to behold, and this is where the rise truly began before the fall.
Industrial chemicals.
As someone who was around at the time it was released, I can thoroughly confirm that this was the right game for me. Cool, nice to know. Why does that even matter? Well, as much of a draw as the combat system was, the overall concept is easily recognizable and easy to sell. Big medieval battles in a PvP game. Call of Duty but with swords is what I would say to friends when describing it. At a glance, it's instantly recognizable as to what it is and what kind of fun it could offer. If the trailers weren't enough to get people hyped or curious enough to give it a go, then gameplay, montages and funny moments might just be. Age of Chivalry may have been the first introduction for quite a few, but to most, medieval warfare was their first. For the people who were sold on the idea, charging into combat, getting hit and occasionally poking back was enough to keep you going, regardless of failure. Yeah, so what if your KD sucks? You still remember the odd win here and there. You remember getting revenge on your first archer and making some kind of progress. It was frustrating in its own right, but hooked many people in. The hours would fly by. You'd level up and unlock new weapons with each class and get better over time. And hey, look at that. You're now level 16. The game on its own is very simple, but with how much freedom there is, the skill curve can quickly make a difference between the more casual and the more committed players. Without any kind of skill-based matchmaking, that difference can be felt even more so. And it's the solution to preempt this problem that unironically became the problem. As a new player, you could join these low-rank beginner servers, where only those under rank 15 could join. And if you thought people wouldn't buy an extra copy of the game just to smurf those servers, you'd be wrong in thinking so. Now, there were a couple key issues that came with these servers that ultimately contributed to the rapid rise and fall of the player count. First is how it split the player base. When you've got new players sheltered within official beginner servers and pros waiting on the other side for people to get past rank 15, not only does the player base split, but also expectations. To be clear, new players could go into any unlocked server. It's just that most would rightfully start in beginner servers, as it seemed like a good place to start and get to grips with the game. But that brings us to the next point, because it wasn't. Just like any game, the longer it exists, the higher the average playtime gets for those who stick around. So of course, the longer it exists, the shock of going from low rank to any rank only gets worse. If you need some kind of visual evidence, this is the level 20 achievement. You know something ain't right when it's glowing at 4.5%. Clearly, reaching level 16 and getting locked out of these servers caught many people off guard. And it's mainly because of the expectations that were set during the beginner server experience. New players wouldn't often encounter pro players who've developed a greater understanding over the combat system and its exploits. Fighting high-skilled players was like being an extra in a scene against the main character. If that main character had insane core strength or just no respect for their spine. Now there's refined technique and depth to combat that the tutorial could never prepare you for. As an additional point for the low-rank servers, they were typically better populated, especially after a sale compared to others. So to be honest, I don't really blame those who made the odd Smurf account. I would have too if I had the money, because I remember very well that sometimes it felt like you were locked off from most of the player base. The combat system was amazing for what freedom it provided, but that freedom, the freedom to manipulate the journey of your weapon for when or where damage can be applied, naturally brought a lot of complexity to a game with a combat system that, let's just say, wasn't perfectly made. Readability is everything. If I see you swing, then I parry. But I can only hold a parry for a short period of time. So your goal is to simply hit me when I'm not parrying, and one way to do that is to get me to parry too early. A simple way of doing this is to feint an attack and follow up with another. Things, however, get a bit more complicated when you start delaying or accelerating attacks to make someone parry at the wrong time or in the wrong place. You see, the goal was always to trick the opponent, but it was the freedom to manipulate attacks that allowed advanced and difficult to read techniques to develop. While a simple drag looks fair enough, people get used to it, and it becomes less effective to more experienced players. Then of course, things evolve, metas form, and new or casual players find themselves at the mercy of a combat system that was already kind of rough, but now thoroughly exploited.
It's all right.
In a fairly short period of time, this game became less of a casual experience and turned into one that required more from you to compete. So it's no surprise that it struggled to thrive. And this is a common thread we'll see again. What annoyed people the most is that Torn Banner didn't seem to do much to